So ITIL till ITIL V3. Let's talk about something about an ITIL V3 because still we are in the era of ITIL V3. We have not yet passed through that era of ITIL V3. So ITIL V3, it is nothing but information technology infrastructure library, which contains of 5 books, service related to the service design, service transitioning, service operations, continuous service improvement, and your the last one is your there is one more service.
Strategy, design, transition, operation, and
Yeah, service transitioning. Yes.
safety.
So now in ITR,
Sorry to interrupt you, Vishal. Just wanted to know that do we need to make the notes side by side, or you
nothing,
will share
nothing,
the PPT?
nothing, nothing, nothing. You have to just listen. Open up
Okay.
your eyes and mind and just be with me throughout this
Okay.
course.
Okay.
You will be able to understand everything.
All right.
Any
Vishal,
nothing.
just one request. We will be getting these
Everything you will
documents.
get it.
Okay,
Now request granted, ma'am. Anything else?
thank you. Nothing, that's
But
it.
not now, because if I share it now with you, you guys will not be able to do anything. So
Not now,
just
maybe end of the session or
yes, yes, yes. You will get a proper bundle from Kunal or Meena, Neo
okay,
Skills basically, and they will provide you everything. And don't worry about it.
sure.
Okay. So in ITIL V3, how it's basically origined. ITIL origined by the UK government. It is basically a defense project in 1980s somewhere, where we have the 43 or 40 books which considered to be the part of your ITIL V1. That's why the ITIL V1 paper was never ever conducted. So after that, in 2000, the first paper has came up. It's an ITIL version 2. It's a V2, which consists of 8 books. So can you consider why it's called it as library? Because in ITIL V1, it was a 40 books. Because UK Defense has the processes, but they don't know how to streamline their processes, how their processes will interconnect, and how their processes will talk to each other. So they what they did is that they put up a quotation in the market, and that time IBM is the organization who was pioneering in the documentation and the processes. So they involved IBM, and IBM persons will visited was visited in the UK defense offices, and there they collected the details and they start writing their understanding in the terms of the processes. So once they start just listening and writing, so that becomes a 40 books. And in the version 2, they have revised it to the 8 books, which nothing but here incident, problem, change, stakeholder, vendor, everything comes under that. So in 2007 to 2011, the major version was released, which is in a V3, consists of the 5 books. And in the recent past, they have launched this ITIL V4. Till V3, it is called as a library. From the V4, we stopped calling it as a library because now it's a trademark. And ITIL now no more is in a library because we don't consist any of the books. Because as per that uh, Axelos, who is a governing body of ITIL, as per the UK government, as per that ITIL body, they think that the people or the industry has maturely grown up, that they already implemented the ITIL V3 from 2007 till to 2020 or 2014, if you 2015, if you talk about, there is a huge time period they have given to the industry to implement the ITIL, and most of the industries now know very well aware about these processes. They have matured their own processes related to the incident, change, problem, service request, service desk. So now they come up with that, how to use the data, because we have enough data from these time period to analyze it, how to generate a value for the customer, because still now we are just resolving the issues. We are doing what we are, you know, what we are supposed to do for what we are hired for. Now it's a time to generate a value for the customer. In your organization, I hope you have hear a word like we have to do some sort of a programs where we can initiate and generate a value for the customer. We can create a new businesses. It must be a pressure on you guys as well. Correct me if I'm wrong. From the senior management, you
Vishal,
must have a
actually,
pressure.
one of our colleague Deepak Kataria is asking for joining. I mean, he's asking for the permission to join. Could you please allow him?
Okay, okay. I can't see that, but he's asking for my permission to join. See, it's not coming here.
Deepak, are you in the call?
Deepak, I can't see your request that you are waiting for my permission to join that.
Deepak just messaged us on
You are
WhatsApp.
using the different meeting code. Change the meeting code basically. You're using the previous meeting code? Oh, because I'm not able to see your request. Allow me one more minute, please. Okay, I need to come out from this. No, I can't see your request to me. It's haven't reached up to me.
Okay, I think he will try again with the new
Try
ID.
again with that. Ashish has sent you some link. We are not able to see your request. Deepak. I'm waiting. Can't see your request, ma'am. I'm sending it to you on a WhatsApp one more time. Not very sure what is happening. Can you try with this link, please? Yes, I can now. No problem. Okay, where were we, guys? So sorry. Guys, before this episode, where were we? Am I audible, guys?
Yes.
Yes, you are audible.
So could you please tell me where I was?
You are telling why we changed the name from ITIL library now. So we were at that slide.
Okay, so now we have to concentrate more on towards the data, what we have collected over the period of a time. So that's why now it's changed from the library to trademark. And what we are going to cover from in today's session is, I'm not sharing my, I mean, doing it presentation mode. If you guys not able to read it, just let me know. I will change it to the presentation mode for you guys. So what we are going to cover today is an introduction. We have already done the service management, 4 dimensions of the service management, service value chain system, the guiding principle, service value chain, continual improvement, general practices, service management practices, technical management practices, and the conclusion. So guys, remember that ITIL V4 is only focuses on value generation system. It's not focusing on how to do the incident management, problem management, change management, and all the service related ITSM tasks. It's not concentrate on that. It's moreover concentrate only on the value generation activities. So we will try to understand more towards it. So the introduction to the ITIL V4, I have already explained you what's new in ITIL V4. This is the history where I already explained that it's a 40 books in 1980s and 2000 to 2002. It's a V2 came with an 8 books. In 2007, this year ITIL V3, and now we are in the era of ITIL V4. So in ITIL V4, we are more focused towards an agile and DevOps methodology, which is now a bread and butter for any IT industry personnel who is working on that. So they should be aware about that, how to generate a value faster, not from the traditional model. So the traditional model is that once the product building is done, then only you will be able to share it with the customer and the customer start using it. So the period is very long. So through the agile methodology, we break the entire software into a small deliverables in the release, where we just build the features and give it to the users, just use it and share your feedback. And if there is any change, the adaptation of the change is very easy with an agile methodology. DevOps and the digital transformation, as earlier we are using the paper money, now we are more using it to the plastic money, and now we are using the digital money. So it's we are transforming ourselves as a human, so we need to transform the technology as well. And nowadays, if you can see that lots of people are, most of the organizations are using the cloud and on-prem solutions, both are working together. So it's a digital transformation, how they are their journey to the cloud, how they are using that automation, what frameworks they are using. That's the different topics altogether. But in ITIL V4, we try to use all these upcoming market products and to generate a value for the customer. So the guiding principles, 4 dimensions of an ITIL and other ways of working, we will go into the depth of each and every topic in detail. So don't worry, no need to focus here. It's just an introduction slide for you guys. So this is your ITIL roadmap. We are doing this. So you have two domains afterwards. Either you can be a managing professional or you can be a strategic leader. If you want to be a strategic leader, you have to do these 2 courses. And if you want to be a managing professional, you have to clear all these 4 exams to become a managing professional. But I never ever saw that the people are more towards on this. The people only do the ITIL V4 Foundation. And I think that is the only ask as of now. So this is your service definitions. We have already discussed that. Deliver value to customer by facilitating outcomes customer wants to achieve without ownership of the specific cost and risk. Any doubt, guys? I'm asking again with this particular definition. Anyone has any doubt with this particular definition? Guys, if you don't speak, I will not be able to understand whether you have a doubt or not. Please speak.
No doubt, all clear.
Fine, Vishal. Yeah.
Okay, so guys, please responsive. Otherwise, it is a very boring session for you. Trust me, if you don't ask me a question, then it will be a very boring session for you. In another after lunch, so you guys must sleep. Trust me. What is the service level? Can anybody explain me? What is service level?
Service level is the measure that calculates the level of the services that we are providing to the end user, and if that levels are breached, then there is a breach in the service level.
So service level, in short, what I understood is that is nothing but a combination of the service level agreement and service level operation matrix, SLA and SLOs, correct? Where we define that what is our response time and what will be our resolution time, what will be our penalty clause, and what is a matrix, escalation matrix have to use for the specific incidents, correct? What is an incident? I'm talking from so long. What is an incident?
Incident is an issue that user reports for a sudden failure of a service.
Okay, so yes, absolutely correct. So
Then
just correct it.
interrupted services.
Any unplanned interruption, just use the word unplanned interruption whenever someone asks you what is an incident. Incident is nothing but an unplanned interruption. Correct? What is problem?
Right, right.
What is
Problem
problem?
is having an issue that is having the similar issue having multiple incidents, so that we will identify as a problem.
Underlying cause of one or more
Underline.
underlying cause of one or more incident. Correct. What is workaround?
The
Temporary solution
temporary
to
fix that
a
is
particular issue.
for the incident.
Jugaad.
Temporary fix.
Temporary fix. Just to eliminate the impact without resolving it completely. That is known as workaround. Absolutely correct, guys. So yes, you're good with it. So service level agreement is nothing but is a well-written and negotiated and signed by both the parties on the agreed service level values and cost. It is a proper document for you guys. Configuration management system. What is CM? What is CI? Configuration item? What is configuration item, guys?
Different versions of a particular.
You know that for your organization, you are a configuration item. Everything
Configuration item.
for an organization is a configuration items. In IT terms, your servers, your disk, your softwares, your documents, your incidents, your problem, your workaround, your RCAs, everything is configuration item. Because whenever we create a change, we need to create a change
CI.
for a configuration item for servers. Server, we don't call it as a server, we call it as a configuration item. So next time, whenever you work for an incident, say what is the configuration item. Generally, what we ask, अरे कौन सा machine down हुआ है? कौन सा server impact हुआ है? We never ever use this word in our day-to-day talks that which configuration item was impacted in this particular incident. So start using that particular word. So to wherever where we record all this information related to that particular server, if you talk about on a server, the server has how many CPUs, cores, which version of um, operating system, whether it's a cloud, whether it's an on-prem, what is the server configurations, what are the group policies and everything, where we store all these things, that we store all these things in a CMDB known as configuration management database system, and that handled through configuration management system. Clear, guys? That is a CMS. Any doubt? That is from the V3, but we
Can
should be
we
aware about that.
sorry to interrupt you, just a small question.
Mhm.
For you said that anything in the organization is a configuration item, right?
Yes.
So does it include the all the items like that are not related to IT
Yes,
assets?
you're even you use the paper glass for water. Isn't a configuration item for what? For your facility staff.
Okay, okay, but not for us. It's for the
Not
different
for
team.
us. No. See, it depends which department you are. Like resources, like you and me for an organization. We are a configuration item for
HRs.
For HR.
HR
Organization HRs.
or for our managers because
Yes.
they need to put it into our different projects.
Mhm.
They ask you, na, data, what's your qualification, how many certification, what's your core skills, what your secondary skills, how comfortable you are. So what they are doing, they are collecting the properties of that particular configuration item so that they can sell it into the market.
Okay, okay, got it.
Got it? So
Yeah, got
where we record this is known as configuration management database system and the managed through the configuration management system. What is a release? अब ये तो आप सबको पता ही होगा. Whatever is approved by the IT services, once we develop it, we document it, we execute it, that is known as release. Incident we already know. It's an unplanned interruption. Workaround we already know. It's a reducing the impact of an incident without resolving it. What is the problem? It's an underlying cause for one or more incident. Any doubt in this particular slide, or should I move ahead?
yes, move ahead.
Yes, we shall go ahead.
Okay. So, guys, note down these 4 P's. These 4 P's from the ITIL V3. We will see in the 4 dimensions that how these 4 P's converted into a 4 dimension in ITIL V4. Just note down, and I will explain each one of them. Don't worry, I will give you a break in after two or these just only 1 or 2 more slides, and then I will give you one first break of 10 minutes because I also need it. My jawline is starting hurting myself only. Have you noted down these?
Yes, Vishal. Done.
Okay, the first one is a people. Why you need a people? When you talk about the people, when you're not talking about only the resources, we talk about the skilled resources, those who can perform a particular job. They can easily communicate with each other. They can put up an organization into, they can represent the organization rather than, I should say, put it to an organization, not a correct word. They can represent the organization. Those came into the people. What are the processes? How many mature processes, how many action, activities, changes, goals successfully we have implemented? What is our practices over that? So that comes under processes. The partners, how many partners we are associated? Are we associated with the Microsoft? Are we aligned or what you called it as? There is a proper word with the one alliance. Have we aligned with Microsoft? Have we aligned with our vendors? Have we aligned with Google, AWS, Oracle? Um, there are so many alliances. So nowadays, the people are doing, the vendors are doing with a different organization to give them a more business. What are the products we are using? Like the tools which we are using for monitoring, for handling the issues for cloud. Do we have proper monitoring systems? Can we measure it? And what is the strategy to improve it? And how much we have improved so far? And what is our future strategies? So these all 4 P's comes together to give us a good service management. And later in a day, we will see that how these 4 P's converted into a 4 dimension in ITIL V4. Any doubt in this particular slide?
Can you explain the partner and the specialist? What is the role of these partners?
Okay. So first you need to understand what the partners and suppliers are. The partners are more related to your technology concern, like your all the alliances with different big names like Microsoft, Google, AWS. So what we do, your organization do alliances with them so that they can get a lesser cost, better services. And you know what nowadays is this Google, the people are approaching to Google to get their work done. So what that Google does, Google pass on that because Google doesn't have their delivery team. So what they do is that they pass that particular services through their alliance partner. We representing Google, but actually we are a different organization to do that particular thing. So it's another way to get the business.
So in layman language, we can say third party contractor.
Yes, obviously. And but who is the supplier? Supplier are more towards the commoditized things. Who is providing you the monitors? Who is providing you the
So
laptops? Who is providing you the
suppose if the
security
supplier,
services?
if we are dealing with the original manufacturer of the product, suppose we are
They are
purchasing
also
the one.
supplier for you.
Okay, got it, got it.
See, quite possible you're using an HP cloud is your vendor and you're using an HP laptop. But in HP, these two are different horizontal lines of business. So for one, he's a supplier for you, and one, he's providing a partnership as well because you're taking his cloud. Got it? Same as
Got
with
it.
Dell. If you are using an on-prem Dell fabric to set up your network, so the Dell fabric is coming from the different line, and if you're using the Dell laptops, it's from the different lines. Okay. Any
Got
doubts
it.
so far, guys? The next one. Yes, please.
Vishal, vendors are also considered under partners.
Vendors like depends which vendor you're talking about. If you're talking about which services, like if it is not providing you the technical help, then they are suppliers. If they're providing you the technical help, then they are partners.
Okay.
Very simple definition. If they are technical, they are partners. If they are not technical, they are
As suppliers.
suppliers.
Okay. Yeah.
Documentation is again a technical part. So don't consider documentation is not a technical part. I'm saying suppliers are more towards a commoditized things. Okay. So remember that.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Insourcing, once we start building everything in our own, known as insourcing. Outsourcing, you give that to the third party or any service organization, lets you manage it. We will just monitor it. Co-sourcing. Our support team is also sitting over there, and we hired some support consultant as well. Those we are working together. Like as you can see, support people, contract people. In most of the organizations, we have some sort of a support people. Like in our organization, we have different. Like in area, I'm going to one organization where I'm a support consultant from my organization. So I'm representing my customer, but I'm an employee of another customer. So it's a co-sourcing because I'm working with their team, sitting in their office. You can work from your office as well. So that doesn't matter. Knowledge process outsourcing. Here you just need basically expertise from the different vendors. Basically, uh, this kind of a knowledge process outsourcing is related to your audits, where you get the certification for your organization. So that's what we generally put into it. Like for Microsoft, Mindtree is generally the one who generally contact for any support case of the Microsoft. So what they did is that they did the knowledge process outsourcing or co-sourcing with the Mindtree, where they're providing the services. The Microsoft persons are coming on a very higher level once they are not able to resolve the case. First, it will go to Accenture, then it goes to Mindtree, then it goes to Microsoft. Application outsourcing. In your organization, this is journal, your HR applications, your like surveys basically is known as in non-application outsourcing. Business process outsourcing is your HR, library, pay, your ITR, all come under business process outsourcing. Partnership and multi-sourcing. The co-sourcing and multi-sourcing is only the one difference. The co-sourcing is between one-to-one, the organization and one vendor. In a multi-sourcing, one organization, multiple vendors. Incident, like I given you the example, for level 1 and level 2 support, Microsoft, Accenture people will get involved. For level 3 support and level 4 support, Mindtree people will be involved. For level 5 support, the Microsoft people will be involved. So this kind of a model known as multi-sourcing. Any doubts, guys? Any doubt, guys? Can I move ahead?
Yes, Vishal.
So, guys, in this whole slide, just copy this definition. Service management is defined as a set of specialized organizational capabilities for enabling value to customer in the form of services. I will explain you what this definition means. Once you note it down, just let me know. This definition, only this definition, service management is defined as a set of specialized organizational capabilities. The service management is defined as a set of specialized organizational capabilities. So here, specialized organizational capabilities, what does that particular line means? Like how many consultants you have, how many architects you have, how much load you guys can handle, what kind of a certification you can showcase, how many satisfied customers you have in the market, which gives you the higher rating, the testimonies which you receive from the customer, which you can showcase over your website. How many success cases, implementation or case resolving or wins you have in your kitty to showcase so that you can grab more business. So अगर nutshell में, if you want to know that, specialized organization capabilities is nothing but a goodwill of your organization. But in ITIL terms, it is known as specialized organizational capabilities. How your organization funnel down the information from top to bottom, how your organization treats their employees, how much satisfied employees you have. It's not just about the customer. Sometimes it comes to the persons who are working, the workforce who are working for an organization as well, how much satisfied they are. So all these things bring and come together to make a one specialized organizational capabilities that enhance it. If you're, see, if you're not satisfied with an organization, so obviously you give the negative feedbacks. The more negative feedbacks, create a more negative energy, and it's ruin your organizational capabilities, the specializations. The people will not be willing to connect with you guys. So if you're not satisfied with your salary structure or some management information, obviously you will definitely look for the change. The moment you look for the change, the organization will lose one valuable employee or one specialized employee. So again, it will affect their organizational capabilities. What processes you have and how much mature processes you have. Like if I talk about in a current scenarios, how fast you can deploy the cloud environment. What kind of a repository you have in your GitHub? Is the Isaac code, Terraform code or DevOps code or Dev pipelines, DevSec pipelines, you are ready with that. That all come under specialized organizational capabilities. Understood? Understood, guys? Yes, no, kuch to bol do.
Yes, Vishal.
Everybody understood, or it's just Nirja is understood? Baki, why they all the
Yes, sir.
people are so quiet? Oh, finally, Mayur, congratulations to be with us. Okay, guys. So now it's a service organization. It's nothing but we'll take up. See, I have already explained it. It will again explain the same thing. I just explained in my previous slide this. So this I've already
Right.
explained.
Service management.
So ITIL is provide you the framework. I've already discussed that. What is a governance? Governance is how your organization is handling that. Like there are so many group policies and there are so many local policies has been imposed on you that you cannot use that chat GPT. You cannot use your personal email accounts. You cannot log into the WhatsApp from your official laptop. You have to be online. So this is nothing but a governance. In the exam, it will be the 60 minutes exam. You have to get scored 65%. There will be the standard, like they give you some scenario. You have to choose what exactly it is. There is mostly a definition for the foundation courses exam. So you will receive a one definition where the one word is missing. You will get the multiple choice question. You have to pick one for every correct, or you will get a multiple choice questions or yes or no. Generally, not come in the ITIL V4 foundation courses. Basically, you have to recall the definition. You have to understand that particular scenario which they are presenting it to you to provide an answer. So guys, that's all for this particular section. Now we are moving to the module 2. I'm giving you the 15 minutes break. Let's join it at 11:25. You want to join it at 11:25 or 11:30? Don't
11:30.
disconnect. Otherwise, I don't know. There may be some issues again. So be on mute.
Vishal, one question I have regarding the
Yes.
exam. Will be giving, will be getting some sample papers.
I will wait, Nirja. You
Okay.
just wait. The day has just started.
Okay.
You guys need to give one today only.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Okay. So, guys, when you want to meet? 11:50, 25 or 11:30?
11:30 will be fine.
Everybody is good with 11:30?
Yes, all good.
Thank you, guys. Be on mute, guys. And I'm stop recording right now. We'll reinitiate the recording once. Thank you, guys.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sharing my screen, guys. Let me know if you guys are able to see my screen now. Guys, yes or no? Are you guys able to see my screen? Guys, speak. It's very difficult. You don't speak, guys.
Yes, basically.
We can.
Okay. The service management. So now the module 2 is our service management is a set of defined as we have already um, in my previous lecture, we have already covered this particular slide. So I'm going to move it. So here we are more talk about that what does I means about the organizational capabilities. It's referred to having both the capacity and ability to perform the function required. Organize your people to best the support activities, practices, and processes. This is just an definition for an from the ITL side, but what exactly the organizational capability means, I've already explained. And if you guys have any doubt, let me know. I will re-explain it. That's not at all a problem for me during this particular session or after this session. You guys can post me your queries on WhatsApp if you guys have. I will respond back. So now we will learn because it's again an ITIL V3 because ITIL V4 doesn't talk about a lot of things. And it's presumed that you guys must be aware about the definitions of service, utility, warranty, customer, user, service management, sponsor, utility and warranty. So I just included this particular section from ITL V3. At least you guys should aware about the definition and the terminology and vocabulary which we guys are using during our day-to-day operations when we talk as a service manager or service operation consultant or an IT support consultant or as a stakeholder or a vendor management. So these terminology you should be well versed when you talk about with or you're representing your organization in big forum. So let's get started, guys. So what is an value? Value is a perceived benefit, usefulness, and importance of something. The recipients determines the perceived value. Value is based on the recipient perception. So we understood the same thing in the very initial start of our session, correct, guys? This is the same thing we have explained and understood about the value. Guys, yes, no, please speak.
Yes, yes.
Yes.
Just starting we discussed.
Yes. Okay. So what is an organization? Organization is nothing but a people, it's a group of people who means it's nothing but a governing body which having their own size, complexity, and their legal structure. And there they hire the people to perform some certain functions and responsibilities with the authorizations and relationship to the companies. Uh, what you called it as? Arey, every company has that, na? I'm forgetting that particular word. I know that. Like HCL has employee first. The tagline, basically. So there is a specific word for that.
Customer first.
No, no. The customer first, again, it's a tagline. So there is a particular word in commerce. If you are from the commerce background, you know that particular
Okay.
mission and vision statement.
Yeah.
So every organization has their mission and vision statements, and whomsoever is working for an organization, whether it's a vendor, whether it's a customer, whether it's a supplier. So everybody should be aligned to the vision and mission statement of an organization. Who is a service provider or the person or an organization who provide a services to the consumers is known as service provider. Who is a consumer who actually uses those services? The people are organization or a group of people who work towards a common goal or they are coordinated for achieving the particular objective. Now the definition is very nice definition. Delivering something is easy and delivering value is hard. Who is going to explain me? This is a very important definition, guys, for your day-to-day business. And if you want to grow in the industry, so you should be clear with this definition because most of the times we are cribbing that we are not getting our appraisals. We are not getting our performance bonus. We are not giving an appreciations. We're not giving a recognition in an organizations. Why? Why we are not getting it? So this particular definition will make you understand why we are facing all these challenges when we are working. Delivering something is easy, delivering value is hard. Who is going to tell me what does that means? The delivering something is easy. Only the delivering something is easy.
Kind of output that we can deliver what is required, but
Delivering something is easy. It means like delivering any kind of product to your location. So that is easy, and delivering value is hard because you need to
No, no,
deliver
no. Don't
the.
go on the second part. Don't go on the second part. Just be on the first part, please. I'm so sorry. Be on the first part only, please.
Okay.
Who
delivering
else?
something is easy is kind of an output that we are considering at that time, that what has been asked we can deliver it, maybe not in an effective way. It's just that we are providing the output or providing the results, that see, this is the thing that we have got it. It can have a value, or it can add a value or it cannot. That's a different story. But delivering something is like what has been asked, we are just giving it,
Okay.
irrespective of the, I mean,
Okay. Who
any value to
else?
it.
Who else? I heard from Neeraj.
Delivering something is like deploying patches.
Okay. Who else? I'm giving an opportunity to heard from everyone, guys. So please speak. Who is not speaking? Mayur. What is the meaning of delivering something is easy?
kind of responses.
Okay. So, guys, delivering something is easy. Okay. You guys are hired for service management. You are doing your you have some set of job responsibilities which you are supposed to do as per your level in the organization, correct? Agree with me or not?
Yes, yes.
Yes.
And you're doing it religiously. There is no escalation, there is nothing, no customer complaints, everything is going smooth. So this
Okay.
is something or this is value?
This is something.
Something.
Absolutely correct. The organization is hired in paying you to do a certain job. And if you are doing it, that means that organization is already paying you for that. Why they give you the appreciations? Why they give you that salary enhancements? Why?
That's a value.
Because you're not generating the value. Because value generation is a hard. You have to put an extra step to get the value to be generated. Take an example and let's try to understand that example. You have to make a milkshake for your kid. You just put it all the ingredients, spin it in the grinder and give it to him. What is that? Is it a
Delivering something,
something or it is a value?
something.
When it's become a value?
When he says that it's very tasty and it was
When
very
you taste it first.
okay.
When you taste it first and check that whether all the required ingredients are there. If there is something missing, you just add it and then again spin it and then taste it and then give it to your kid and say that it's up to your taste. We make a tea for our at our home every day. For few people, we make a sugar free, and for few people we added a extra sugar. Why? Because we want to live up to their expectations.
Right, perception.
We want to create a value. Why not you give us sugar free tea to everyone? Because you know that they will not like it. Their perception towards tea is lot of sugar, correct? Same as in the IT industry. The person who is hired for a particular job role, if he is doing that, then means it is doing something. If he needs to generate a value, you have to step up. You have to understand the customer pain. And you have to take a steps towards that customer pain, what extra we can do to facilitate our customer with an outcome the customer wants to achieve. And that is a value. Take an example. You're receiving 1,000 incident per day. Every day, your team religiously resolving all the 1,000 incidents. One day, you said, yeah, every day we are resolving 1,000 incident. It is not working. Let's take a report of all those incidents from last 1 month. Let's start analyzing it. You started dumping the incident dumps. You start analyzing it, and you find it out there are 4 or 5 configuration items which is causing a problem of maximum incident. You instruct your team, guys, root fix it. We don't want that. Let's root fix it and our problem will be resolved. Like 900 incidents will be resolved for a day. If we resolve these particular 3 issues with the server, then 900 issues will be resolved. Only the 100 we need to done. You resolved it. The 900 incidents are eliminated from your ITSM tool. So every incident is what? Interruption to a normal service. So you have resolved the 900 incidents means you have resolved 900 times interruption to the services the customer is facing. You save time and the money and the resources. Like to resolving a 1,000 incident, you may require a 10% in a shift, but resolving a 100 incident, you may require only 4 or 5 people. So you have saved the head counts as well. That is value. And there you took a pain to deliver that particular value. So that is value and that will be appreciated. Understood? What is delivering something is easy and delivering value is hard? Any doubt so far? Anyone? So next time when you go for an salary cycle, please don't mention that what you have done so far. That is your job profile. What extra you have done to please your customer, do mention that and you will get the increment in an appraisal cycle next time. So that is delivering value is hard. Got it, guys?
Yes.
Why so low? Yes. Why not? Yes. Yes.
Once again, sir, please
Yes.
explain.
Where you left? Okay. Where you want which part you didn't understood, Mayur? So I will explain it. Which part? There is a 2 part, something and value. Which part you want me to explain? Re-explain you,
Value.
Mayur.
Value.
Value. So who want to take that opportunity? Like Amit, can you explain why the delivering value is hard? Nirja?
Uh, yes. I mean, will I give the same example that you have given?
Mm-hmm. Yes, please.
Am I audible?
Yeah, very much audible, Nirja. Please go ahead.
Am I audible? Hello?
Yes, Nirja, you are very much audible.
Yes, me, Ari.
Seems like some audio issue at Nirja side. Anybody else? Deepak, you want to take an opportunity to explain? Delivering value is hard. No problem.
Vishal, am I audible now?
Yes, you are very much audible.
Okay. I just had some issue with my audio.
Yeah, I understood
So,
that.
should I give the same example that you have
Yes,
given?
you can. Or you can take another example. That will be very nice if you take another example.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead with the same example.
Yeah, as of now, yeah, because as of now, I'm not getting any example, but similar to that itself, like as you said that if there are 1,000 incidents coming every day, and we are just resolving and I mean checking what is the incident and resolving day and day. This is what we are doing, delivering something that
Yes.
it's a day-to-day activity that we are doing it. But in a case where we check that the 1,000 incident, if we check these 1,000 incident, what are the repetitive incident, and because of what is the main issue that we are getting so many incidents. Also, if we can pull out a report on that and check all those, mark all those incident and uh, resolve most of the incident, because if it is pending with some particular issue, and if we can resolve most of the incident, we'll have a incident count will have less, for example 100, and then for that reason we'll have less resources to work on it, and that is adding a value, and we'll have as in less time and efforts to be given, and the more time and the other time can be utilized in something better, delivering something CSI. So those things adds a value uh, to the project.
Thanks, Neerja. So,
Yeah.
Mayur, I can give you the another example.
Okay, sir.
What if I give you this slide and I just say delivering something is easy, delivering value is hard?
Hello.
Let's move. Yeah, Neerja.
I think I was leaving.
Guys, क्या है? Giving you a very example. What if I just read this slide? Delivering something is easy, delivering value is hard. So come to the next slide, guys. Organization and people. An organization is a person or a group of a people that has what I'm doing. Are you able to understand a single bit of it? If I just read this.
That's all I had, Vishal. I mean, I don't know if
Yeah,
I
that's
was
okay.
able
That's
to
okay, Neeraj.
explain
Neerja, thank
everything
you.
which was said earlier by you.
Yeah, Neerja, that's okay. Yeah, Mayur.
पता नहीं यार आवाज नहीं आ रही मेरी.
Neerja, we are able to hear you. So, Mayur, what if I just read the slide, doesn't explain it to you? What will happen? Will you be able to understand?
Yes, sir.
You will be able to understand if I just read the slide, not explain you. You will not able to understand it, correct?
Yes, sir.
So I'm taking a pain to make you understand that what that particular definition means. So that is, I'm trying to create a value for you so that you should understand it, because your perception towards this course is to understand the ITIL. So that's what I'm doing. I'm trying to generate a value for you. Now it's clear why the value is hard.
Sir.
Okay, can I move ahead? Guys, can I move ahead?
Yes, Vishal.
Okay. So the next one is how the value is created. The value can be created by the two ways. Organizational facilitates value creation and providers and consumers co-create a value. So there is a two things in our day-to-day terms. It's the first one is a preventive action. Another one is a reactive action. When you talk about the preventive action, so the 1,000 tickets which we are analyzing, it's known as preventive, because before customer reached to us, we started working on it. Correct? And we reached to the customer that if you allow us, we can fix the servers with this particular fixes, and this will resolve your 900 incidents per day. And we may work for another 100 incidents as well, but right now the huge chunk will be less. So are you agreed to do that? So that is known as preventive actions. And that is providers and consumer. Then consumer will say yes, or customer will say yes, go ahead and do that initiative. So what you will do, you will prepare a cost case, that how much time is going to take that, how much efforts you require, how many CIs are going to get impacted just because of that particular initiatives. and what will be the benefits and return of investment the customer will get. So that is known as provider and consumer, where co-creation of value. And what is a reactive action? The reactive is the customer came to you and says that, guys, I need this 1,000 incident to be fixed. How you are going to do that? I don't know, but I need it. Whatever you need, I'm going to facilitate it. So then your team is started working on it. So again, it's a provider and consumer, but you are reactive in this case. Remember, whenever you do the proactiveness, you always get appreciated. Whenever you work on reactive, you will get an appreciation, but the recognition of that particular appreciation will be very less because it is came from the customer side, not from your side. So customer like the proactiveness rather than reactiveness. The second part I have explained, then I will go with the first part. Provider and consumer co-create of value. Is it clear? What does that means?
We have the same concept for problem as well, right? Reactive and proactive
Yeah, problem
problems.
is always reactive. But yes, there are 1,000 incidents you have. So first you need to create a problem record for that. Then it's known as proactiveness. Got it? So organization facilitated value creation. Every organization is saying that, guys, this we are already delivering. What else we can do to please our customers, to make our things faster? Right now, we are deploying a cloud environment by using the Azure console, create a VMs. We just create a VM, right mouse click, do the configuration and do it. Can we do it from the Terraform code? Can we do it from the pipelines? If I can do it, build up a system. We will sell it to the customer. Now here, nobody has like neither you nor not a consumer has came to you to ask for these kind of facilities, but your organization starting working on that to adapting the new facilities, new challenges, whatever is coming in the market. So that is known as organizational facilitates value creation activities. Here the organization will be the funder. In the provider and consumers, the consumers will be the funder of your initiatives. Here the organization will be the funder for that. Clear, guys? Understood? The value can be created through any means, but it should be the value creation activities. Every initiative should be towards your value creation. Clear? Clear, guys?
Clear.
Thank you. Now the service relationships. Now, what is service provisioning? Can anybody? I
Service
need to
provisioning basically means managing the services.
not just managing the services. Okay, I need a virtual machine. What all we required to create a virtual machine? We need a VNet. We need a subnet. We need a storage. We need virtual network where that machine will be placed. We need a resource groups. We need an organization. So what all these? These all are the different activities which we need to perform to get the virtual machine. So this is known as service provisioning. When we do the multiple activities to get one service is known as service provisioning. Same as in your organization, if you need to patch the server, so first you need to analyze pre-checks and post-checks. This pre-checks and post-check of the activities which you perform is known as service provisioning for the patching activities. Got it? Service consumption is nothing but a per service, how the consumer is going to consume that particular service, the taste of it. Before giving it to the before giving it to your kids, that mango shake, you first taste it. First, you have to use that particular service internally. You have to test it thoroughly on the user perspective and then give it to the customers so that you know how they are going to use it. If they are not aware of the customers, then give the guidelines like Azure, Google, AWS. Whenever you go for any cloud offering, they guide you how you have to use those particular services, what these services contains of, how many bundles they have, how they are going to work. And if you don't know how to they are going to get work, they will provide you the trainings online to make you understand how they are going to work. So this is service consumption. What is the service relationship? When service provider and consumer work together to create a co-value, it's known as service relationship. In the nutshell, you can be both supplier and consumer simultaneously. Can anybody explain me this particular statement? Only this statement. You can be a supplier and consumer simultaneously. Anyone? Guys, bit fast, please. We have lot to cover.
Supplier can be a consumer, um, like if we take the help from suppose another organization uh, in uh, in any particular domain, so that can be a supplier, but we can also provide our service to that particular supplier from our side, so that can be a consumer.
Not exactly. So sorry. Airtel, Vodafone, Idea, GeoSim. They provide you that SIM facilities,
Yes.
right? And their employees are also using that.
Yes.
So they are the supplier as well as consumer as well.
Yes. Yes. Correct.
Correct. Same
Yes.
as Microsoft provide the Azure platform. So one team is handling the Azure platform and another virtual machine if they create on or if they have a services in another department who are using that particular services and the services is not working. So they log a case against their department, another department. So the other
Yes.
department will be their user. So again, it's a provider and consumer at the same time. Any doubt so far?
No. Thank you.
Guys, read this. This is quite simple, so nothing to explain in this particular slide. We have already discussed that.
Well understood.
Okay, I'm moving to the next slide, guys. There is nothing much to discuss on that particular slide. So, service, I have already explained, so I'm not going to explain again the service definition. What is a product? Let me explain that. A product is a configuration of resources created by the organization that will potentially valuable for their customer. So, if you make multiple services under one bundle, that will become a one product. In as simple as that, in a very layman language. Airtel Black Box is a product. What that contain? Multiple services which is individually available. They have combined that all the services into a one set of black box under one product head. So that is known as product. You choose the different services from portal, any cloud portal, vendor portal, and put it into a one service offering is known as product. A service provider cannot achieve an outcome for our users. Are you agree with this?
cannot achieve outcome for you. Yes, correct.
Service may be based on the product, what kind of a service you require. It's based on the product, cannot be generalized. Resource can be owned and managed by the organization. Product is how an organization configure resources into an offer. A product combines and simplifies the various activities. Guys, any doubts so far till this slide? Any doubt in previous slides? Please be vocal and I will explain it again. Or I'm moving to the another one. Okay, I will take silence as a yes. Service offering. A service offering is that description of one or more services. I already explained the service offering, so I'm just reading the definition. You guys remember that if you're receiving a 40 questions, out of 40, 25 will be the definition only. So please be focused on the definitions because you're doing the foundation. They will not ask you the complex scenarios. They will ask you only the definitions. A service offering is a description of one or more services designed to address the need of a target consumer group. A service offering may include goods, access to resources, and service actions. Service offering is a good. Washing machine, purchasing a phone is a good. They transfer the ownership from owner to consumer, the vendor to consumer. Now it's your responsibility. We're giving you the warranty that if something goes wrong with the machinery, we will replace it under these terms and conditions. So that is good. Access to resources. If you choose our cloud, we'll provide you these facilities. If you choose the Microsoft 365 Office suites, you will get all these facilities free. So I'm giving you that. Don't create your own. You choose our portal and we will provide you that. So we are giving you an access. Microsoft give you an access on the in the terms of licenses that the people can use it. Service actions perform like under that SLAs and SLOs. When we support any customer, we manage their work queues, workloads. This is nothing but a service action, and combining these becomes a service offering. Any issues, any questions so far, guys? Okay, I'm moving to the next one. Guys, this particular definitions we have already saw in my previous slides. So I'm skipping these two because I've already explained that. Now come to this. This slide you have to see via this. This is telling it how you can be a consumer and how can you be a supplier at the same time. So you came to NeoSkills and NeoSkills provide you the training for an ITIL. There is a two ways to provide this training, either face to face or either through YouTube videos. Like most of the trainings are nowadays available on the YouTube videos. So the one department give you the YouTube videos that go ahead and read that. But these YouTube videos are managed by some sort of a cloud of the NeoSkills. So the cloud space, the team which is managing, it's allowing a space for these YouTube videos for this ITIL class because this can be used for your ServiceNow trainings, PMP trainings, PGMP trainings, any kind of trainings, the cloud space can be managed. So the supplier is the NeoSkills and the users as well because they're providing the space to the YouTube videos for your users. They can view and learn the technologies. So at the same time, we are consumer and we are supplier as well. So the statement in the nutshell, which we have learned, it's an example of that. I'm talking about this statement. Okay. Any doubts so far? Because this is the complicated one. And I need to explain this. So till now, any doubts, guys?
Nothing.
because this is the complicated one and you have to put more focus on this. Can anybody tell me what is the intangible outputs or deliverables? Intangible deliverables. Tangible, so I hope you guys are know. Correct? What are the intangible outputs? Arey, nobody. Okay. I'm a customer. I called Nirja. Hi, Nirja. Your team is not resolving my issue. I'm struggling it from so long, but nobody is responding me on this particular incident. Nirja, what you will do in this case? Amit, what you will do in this case?
Uh,
Yeah, Nirja, go ahead.
okay, well, I mean, if the team is not responding, I'll
No, no,
connect
treat me as
with the
your customer. I'm a customer. I called up
okay.
Nirja. I'm really pissed off from your team is not responding me from this for this particular issue. I'm chasing it. Could you please help me?
Okay.
Now, how you are respond to me?
Sure, I'll try to do what I can do it for for you, as well as I'll check with my team what is pending and what the data has been provided, which is you know which is not satisfactory, and I will try to arrange an expert on the case. I mean, if being a manager, if I'm not aware of the things, I can have another person with the same skill set who can help you out. I mean, yeah.
Okay. Anybody else? Anyone else? You all are from the service industry, guys. You're handling your customer. This is what I'm talking is a very common scenario. How you respond to me if I'm your customer? Amit, Deepak,
That's it from my end, Pratik.
Mayur.
Sorry.
We will try to solve the issue by ourselves. If it's not solvable by ourselves, I will contact some expert in my team and will take them on call.
Guys, when a user is calling you over the call, will you give this kind of a response to the user? Don't you think so? He is already pissed off. He needs some sort of an emotional support right now. Oh, really? You're facing this kind of an issue? Oh, I'm sorry. I was not aware about that. Let me jump on it. And within a 5 minutes, you will get an update. Just allow me 5 minutes, sir. I will be get back to you. Which response is correct? Your response or my response?
Your response.
Your response.
What I'm doing, I'm consoling the customer. It's an intangible deliverable.
But Vishal, I also said the same thing only. When I'll try to help out to the customer, and
I told you I'm your customer. Treat me as your customer, and you are giving me. See, sometimes remember, nowadays people don't have a time. So try to summarize your information in 1 or 2 liner. Don't give them up 5, 10 liners. Nobody is having a time to listen the 5 to 10 lines. If you summarize your information in like 1 or 2 liners, that will be effective way of communication. Always summarize it. Don't give them a lengthy stories. They don't want to hear that. They know that you will go back to your team and then they need some sort of a console. Okay, you are getting back to me within a 5 minutes with my issue. I'm more than happy. Go ahead. So this is an intangible deliverable. Got it? Understood, guys? You're not. Again.
Yes, Vishal. Yes, understood.
Okay. Now, this is not important what is tangible and what is intangible. So let's focus on the picture and try to understand this particular picture, what they are trying to see. Affected outcomes, supported outcomes. Remember our example of a 1000 tickets per day? What will be the affected outcome for that 1000 tickets per day? What is an effect on our business?
Not good. I mean, it takes much time to resolve those tickets, so not very effective.
So 900 times, 1000 times there is a interruption in the normal business services. Correct?
Correct. Yes.
So that is an affected outcomes. What is the supported outcomes? We proposed a solution that we automate that or route fix that particular solution that will help us to reduce the interruption as well as the headcounts as well. Correct? That is your supported outcome. Correct, guys? Understood? Affected and supported outcomes.
Yes.
Okay. Cost reduced and cost removed. Cost introduced and cost removed. First, understand what cost you have introduced. To propose this new solution, you require some sort of a resources. You require a downtime. You require a team efforts who needs to work on the RCA. They need to find out the root cause. They need to analyze it. They need to propose it. Then the change will get created, and within a 2 months or a 3 months, you will able to provide the solution and you will close that particular association. So there is another project team is required to do all these things. So that cost you have introduced. Correct? What cost you have reduced? Due to that downtime, due to that interruption, what customer is annoying? And plus the headcounts which you have reduced from 10 to 4, the 6 headcount cost you have removed from the business. So that is a saving. 900 times the user will not face interruption. So the satisfaction the user is getting, intangible deliverables user is getting in the terms of cost that has been removed. People are more satisfied and they will love to do the business with you. They will love to use your services. अभी पीछे Microsoft has faced the blue screen incident. Do you really think so? The people will start trusting the Microsoft again? Or the Microsoft will lose the business so easily?
No.
The people will not, because earlier the whatever patch is getting, like it's a patch, which is not even published by the Microsoft. It's a third party who is working for Microsoft has introduced some patch which creates this blue screen, and entire world is suffered just because of that. So the people will not easily trust the Microsoft. So to get that particular trust, they need to introduce some cost and they have to remove some sort of a cost. Risk introduced, risk removed. Risk introduced, whenever you do some sort of any sort of a thing, the risk has been introduced. What if that automation of 1000 incident is not work what we have expected? What if our analysis goes wrong? What if the team is not available? What if the situations are not, what if we will not get the downtimes? So all these risks we have introduced. What risk we have removed? User will not leave the business. We will get more business, stability. We get more, what you call it as, focused customers, no interruption. So that risk we have removed. Understood this particular picture, guys? Because you may get 2 or 3 questions related to this particular picture. It's a scenario based question, then you have to answer that. So, have you understood that?
Yes. Yes, Pratik.
Any doubts so far? Okay, I'm moving to the next one. Guys, read it what the cost is. I've already explained what the cost is. So please read that cost part. It's a very easy peasy. Whatever money we are spending on that particular initiative is known as cost.
Vishal, can you explain the last line? Cost expressed in non-financial terms can be translated into financial cost.
Cost expressed in non-financial terms can be translated into a financial cost. Sir, we will provide one services. Don't worry. अभी आपने console किया ना उस बंदे को कि sir, I will get back to you within 5 minutes.
Right.
बोला ना उसको? Once you resolve his problem, what you will say? Sir, I will dedicate it one project manager to you. And next time, if you face any issues, you just contact him and he or she will be answer your calls. And next time I will make
Right.
sure that issue will. So what you have done? PM introduce kar diya. Who will pay for the cost? Customer. Correct?
Yes, got it.
And trust me, that last line is my job role for every day. This is my job role. Every day I'm doing this thing. From last 15 years, I'm eating just because of the last line. If you remove the last line, I'm out of the market. What is risk? Anything which is likely to be happen, which can affect our business, is known as risk. Risk refer to possible event that cause or harm or loss or make it difficult to achieve objectives. Resource is not available. Technology is not supporting. You need to upgrade the Windows system, but the application which the user are using is not compatible with the latest version of. But on the other hand, Microsoft will not support because it's an end of life operating system. Risk. That time you will go for the risk letter. You make the risk letter and send it by the customer that if anything goes wrong with that particular services server, our team or our organization will not be responsible for any sort of penalty charges. Doing this thing every day, that is risk. By signing a risk letter, you actually mitigate that risk for your organization and you actually informed customer if you're not resolve this particular dependency, that may affect your business as well in future because we will not get the support. If the server is going down, it will down. And that day you have no other option to close that particular application. We have no way to restore it. So the consumer contribute to reduction of the risks through they ask the application team, go ahead and make it compatible. What requires to make that application to be on the latest platform? Upgrade your Windows server, patch your Windows server, patch your VMware, use the latest services from the market. You have to communicate the success factor and the constraint that attached with that particular services. And customer will definitely help you to provide the necessary resources and actions. Is it good, guys, or do you need anything else? Oh, sorry. Yes, guys. Can I move ahead?
I have one question, Vishal.
Yes, please.
I mean, risk and impact Can you please explain what is the difference and how they're correlated? Because sometimes it's a confusion between risk and impact.
Sometimes confusion between risk and
Impact.
risk has an impact. There are two. See, impact is a very small portion of risk.
Okay.
Let us suppose, what is a risk? Vishal is explaining me the concept. 7 people in the training is able to get that, but 1% people are not able to get that. The impact is 90% success and 10% failure. Got it? That is a risk impact.
Yeah.
And
Yes,
risk
yes.
always come with a severity.
Okay.
Like if I say, if you don't patch your server,
How severe
how
can
severe that
be,
risk?
right?
Yes, the resource will not be available. We don't have that particular skill in our organization. What will be the severity of that? The project team will cannot start work until or unless you provide the licenses. So this is a risk. And the impact of that risk is, see, the risk is license is not available. Impact, the project team cannot start a work. Severity, high, medium, low. Mitigation plan. Meanwhile, the project team will start documenting the rest of and start analyzing and documenting the rest of the infra part which they are supposed to do. But license should be procured by the consumer only. Got it?
Yes, yeah.
This is how we prepare the risk registers. So risk is always handled through the through this particular thing. We can avoid the risk by removing it from the service. We should accept the risk. Yes, there is a risk. The application is not compatible with the current operating system. Let's sign the risk letter. Transfer. Okay, let's not do this month this server's patching because something is going on, some critical calculation, or it's a financial year closure. Let's do it in the next cycle of patching. We have transferred the risk from one month to another month. Mitigate it. We provide you some break fix of that particular issue, but we are not permanently fix it. So let's reduce the risk of this particular, so mitigate it. What is the difference between utility and warranty? What is utility and what is warranty? Anybody can explain? You have the definition in front of you. So can you explain me what is utility and what is warranty? Utility is the functionality offered by a product or service to meet a particular need. We purchased a washing machine. What is this functionality? To wash the clothes, dry it, correct? Automatic. Dry it, put the buzzer once it's done. So that is fit for purpose. Warranty, in the another hand, is the assurance that a product or service will meet agreed requirement. Whenever I put it into a hot water mode, the washing machine should be able to produce the hot water for the clothes to be washed. If I'm giving a 40 minutes time duration, the 40 minutes will be fabricated well to understand the process of washing the clothes. Now, take it in the terms of IT. Warranty is nothing but a fit for use. What if you get a training like this training, you will not be able to hear me at all. Will it be useful for you?
No.
What if I'm not able to make you understand the concept? Will it be fruitful? No. So when it comes to that warranty and utility, warranty is nothing but a combination of, it should enough available, like continuity should be there. It should have the enough capacity. Storage is there. There should not be any downtime. It should be secured. Then it is fit for use. Fit for purpose is nothing but a combination. If we get both, that is very well accepted. If we get either one of them, then also it is good. Performance supported or constraints removed. Performance supported, everybody knows that it should be like the downtime should be minimal. The performance should be very high. The R what you called it as in the terms of cloud, the RPOs and RPLs should be there. Whatever the constraints, if you use that particular service, the constraint of that particular service should be removed. If you remove this particular service constraint, then you have to pay this extra. You can take our PM, then you have to remove the cost constraint because we will charge you extra for that particular PM. Got it? What kind of a constraint we are talking about here? The constraint can be the risk. We are removing the risk. Remember this. The supported outcomes, affected outcomes. Cost introduced, cost removed. Risk introduced, risk removed. The same thing we are talking about here. The performance supported and constraints removed. The constraint is risk and cost. Performance is your availability of the services and how neatly that service can performed in your day-to-day operations. Any doubts so far?
All good. So,
Thank you. Give me a 3 minutes break, please. I need to have some water. Somebody's chatting. Allow me 3 minutes, please, guys. Be available. The screen is shared for you. Okay, guys. So let's start with the four dimension of a service management. Remember, you have mentioned that four P's. So now the four P's are converted. Are you guys back?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
Now, yes, please. Who was there?
Hi, Ashish. Sorry.
Yeah, Ashish, tell me.
Four P's are converted into four dimensions now.
Yes. So we will
Okay.
see that how these four P's are converted into a four dimensions.
Okay.
The first one was a, if you remember that, the first one was people, process, product, and partners. Correct? See,
Yes. Yes.
now it's fabricated into our organization and people. Earlier it was only the people.
People.
The second one is a product. The product has been removed with the information and technology. Third one is the partners. Now it's added the suppliers as well. And the fourth one is only the process. Now it's added with the value stream and processes. And they all work for product and services which we offer to the customers or the consumers or the users to generate a value. And these four dimensions are always scarced with the pistol. Pistol is nothing but here political factors, economical factors, social factors, technological factors, legal factors, and environmental factors. So these factors is influence our organization in or the four dimensions, rather, I should say, to stop their business or some interruption in the services, whatever we are offering to the person, to the users or the consumers. So let's go via all the four dimensions. We will go through with the every four dimension in detail, but these pistol factors is just to make you aware that there are some pistol factors. The pistol factors is not is in your course. So we'll just see what all come under pistol factors. That's it. So the first one is our organizations and people. So you know that what the organization means. The organization is nothing but a one or more people will work together. They have their own processes, they have their own structures, they have their own cultures. What are the people? The people are come with the roles and responsibilities, comes with the certifications, some come with some sort of capabilities they have, which enhance the organizational capabilities at the end of the day. So the organization and people come together in this anybody can be. And organizational formal structures can be anything, whether it's a top down or bottom down or your vertical, horizontal, whatever is your organizational structure. There should be defined organizational structure where your junior should know to whom he have to report, how he needs to reach up to the top management, who is all in the top management. Everybody should be well aware about that. So, in the organization, you have some sort of a culture as well. So, the culture is nothing but define who all have the authority in the system, what is each job roles and responsibilities, what kind of shared values we have, and we funnel down like mission, vision statements. If you're working for a customer, for the customer's organization, vision, and mission statements, we trust on our employees, and the employees should trust with each other. They should communicate their problem with each other. There should be some open forum where they can easily talk their problems, and everybody, not to take an advantage of that problem, they try to resolve their problem in the coordinated way. People are free to raise their concerns, because if they don't feel free to raise their concerns, then in very short period of a time they will start gossiping it and they will start quitting it. There should be some people in our organization which we identified as a champions or a leaders. Like he's your manager, he's your team lead, he's your let's say, any architects, you can say that anybody who can champion that, like he's our communication head, he's our sales head, he's our country head. So these kind of a things should be clearly defined in the organization structures and the cultures. Moreover, less you should have the proper staffing as well with the people. So let's first see the formal organizational structure and the culture. I've already explained that. If you have any issues, just let me know and I will re-explain it, guys. Anyone? Guys, can I move ahead?
Yes, Vishal.
Then we come to the people. The people will come with the different diversified skills. Like they have the management. Some people are good in the leadership. Some people are good with the communication skills. Some people are champion in the coding. Some people are having a deep domain knowledges. They should have the deep specialization. But at the end, they should all work with the common objectives. That is nothing but a value creation for an organization. What is breakdown soils, guys? Can anybody explain me? What do you mean by breakdown soils? Anyone?
Breaking the task, I mean,
It is not related to the task, it's related to your people. So don't take it to a task.
okay, okay. Segregating to different teams.
No.
Okay. Uh, okay, breaking down the complexity of the work. Okay, so task is not that, it's related to people, right? Okay, I don't know that.
Fast, 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 guys. Jaldi, jaldi, jaldi. Have you ever experienced with the people who are quite rude over the workplace? They don't come on the time. They don't respect the organizational culture.
Yes,
Yes, we have seen that. Yes.
So in a layman time, कुत्ते की पूंछ को सीधे करना is nothing but breakdown soils.
Vishal, your voice is quite low.
got it.
It's only for you, Mamit. I think so.
Now it's audible, perfectly fine. So in between, I think there is some lag, so
Okay.
voice was
So the
breaking.
breakdown soils is giving them a people, those who are not following the culture, who is not participating in the organizational methodology and vision statement, giving them a correct trainings to make them aware that what is the usefulness of these particular things is known as breaking down the soils. Now, second is your information and technology. I think you know that what is an information and knowledge. First is data. Data becomes an information. Information becomes a knowledge. And knowledge gives you what knowledge gives you? Wisdom. So information and technology. Now let's see the relationship between these components. So there are two types of, as per ITIL, we consider as a two types of application. The first one is an IT service and IT service management. Under the IT services, we have IT architect, their database team, blockchain team, any computing, any customer facing teams, your artificial intelligence, computing systems and applications and mobile applications, development teams are come, any support teams, workload support teams, your cloud support teams, your infra support teams, it's come under IT services.
Services.
If you talk about the service management, all the managements come under your IT service, problem management, incident management, change management. These all are the managers are come under IT management. Your management, your team leads, your delivery leads, your country heads come under IT management. Those who are basically direct us with the policies and give us a structure and guidance wherever it's required to perform our job is come under IT service management. Okay. How we
Okay.
generate a value with this particular thing. So service information management is a primary means of enabling customer to the value to the customer. So if your information technology is available, people can rely on it. It will be accessible. It should come with the timelines. It will provide the accurate information, and it should be provided to the relevant person or in a relevant scenarios. It means you are generating a value for the customer. Okay. Any doubt, guys? If I ask you how many incident you have resolved in in last month, what if the data is not available to you? What will happen? I'm asking how many incident you have resolved in last month.
Right.
So will you be able to create a value for the customer? No. What if the customer asks you, could you please provide me the data or a dashboard for the incident which we have received for the P1, P2, P3, P4? Oh yeah, give me up 10 minutes, I'm providing it to you. You fetch the data, you just cross-check it, put some filters, create it a dashboard, provide it to the customer because that's what the customer want. Within a stipulated time you have provided it, it means you are generating a value for the customer. Okay.
Yep. Okay.
What are the challenges which you face during in the information and technology? So does it raise any regulatory and compliance or an information control issues? Whenever you work for any customer, you sign an NDA. And there are lots of compliance, like you cannot share the customer data. You cannot leave your laptop unattended in the public. You will not take the calls in the public. You will always adherence to the security of your laptop or that passwords. You will never store it on your desktop in the text files. Compliance issue. Is it compatible with the current architecture of an organization? Whatever is your organization vision and mission statement, and whatever you are you doing as per that or not? Will it continue to be viable for the foreseen future? We will just support the 1000 incident from last 6 months. How long you will do that? If you're not root fix the problem, the customer may go to some another vendor, those who are ready with the fixes. So how soon you can fix the problem so that you can always be in the business? Does it align with the service provider or service consumer strategy? That is very much required. SLA and SLAs, and you have to understand the service consumer changing their needs over the period of a time. Do we get it? How we can get it? Does it have enough automation capabilities to be developed, deployed, and operated? I think it's a self-explanatory. Does the organization have a right skill to support and maintain the technology? Does it have additional capabilities that can be leveraged for other product or services? Does it introduce new risk or constraint to the organization? If yes, sign the risk letter. and make your customer well aware about that. Organization culture will have an impact on your risk tolerance. If you okay, you don't have a correct skills in your organization, what will be your risk tolerance?
High.
Low.
So if we do not have current skills,
You don't
required.
have a correct skills, so your risk tolerance is low.
Okay, okay, risk tolerance. Okay, okay.
If you have a correct skills, your risk tolerance is high.
High. Correct.
Next one is your partners and supplier. So I have already told you the partners is more towards your technological partners and supplier is more towards your commoditized thing. Guys, always remember these two, the difference between these two. You will get at least 2 to 3 questions just to make you confused about the partners and suppliers. So don't get confused, huh? Guys, read this slide because there is nothing to be explained in this particular slide. I have already explained in my previous lecture about everything which is covered here. Just read it and let me know so that I can move ahead.
Considerations, I think these points we have to consider.
It's a
While
consideration towards the partners and suppliers.
okay, okay, we got it. Yeah.
The only thing you will get it in the paper is more towards this integration and management, the definition. They will mold this definition and ask from you. Guys, I'm moving ahead now. If you don't have any
Yes,
questions,
we shall. Yes.
summarize partnership and suppliers. Share common goals and risk. Always work towards your uh, partners' common goals and risk. Like if you're working for a Microsoft, then you have to follow the Microsoft common goals and risk. Collaborate to achieve desired outcomes. You have to do this. Like if you have to reduce the likelihood of a 1,000 incident per day, you need to get a consent from your from your partners or from your customer as well. So they both need to work together. If you need some sort of a services like like Microsoft is giving you the very high plan, high costed plan. So what you will tell to your partners as a Microsoft, you will say that, can you reduce some likelihood of this particular cost as a corporate plan? So they need to work together. Every organization relies on other partners and suppliers. That's a very true. Service integration and management involves the use of specially established integrator to ensure that service relationship are properly coordinated. This is nothing but a person who's known as like nowadays the program managers are doing these kind of a jobs, or pre-sales people are doing these kind of a jobs where they check whether the relationships are properly coordinated or not. Your organization strategy is based upon its goal, culture, and business environment. Partners are mostly closely tied up with your business, and suppliers are trying to be more commoditized things. Don't forget these two definitions, guys. I'm again emphasizing, otherwise you will be in problem. Remember? I'm sorry. Remember, an organization strategy when it comes to using partners and suppliers should be based on its goals, culture, and business environment. If it is a cloud vendor, you need to adapt the cloud strategies. You have to talk in the terms of cloud. You should have the cloud infra and skills ready. And you have to work towards a cloud strategy only. This is a last four dimension is value stream and processes. What is a value stream? Value stream is nothing but there is some inputs which we put into a stream, and there is some processes which we need to follow. And after those processes, some output will come, and that defined by the value stream. And whatever the process is, the set of activities and the workflows or the controls or the procedures that we have defined to achieve a particular outcome is known as process. To make a dough, there is a process. To deploy a particular server, there is a process, there is a procedure. Log into a cloud, there is a particular steps which we need to follow. Log a complaint to an Airtel company that their SIM is not working. There is some sort of a process, there is a procedure which we need to follow. Got it? Activities the organization undertakes, how activities are organized, and how value creation is ensured. That is a part of this value stream and processes. So value stream is a series of steps an organization undertakes to create this whole value stream. You are going to read it in after lunch. Don't worry about it. Product and services to service consumer. It combines the organizational value chain activities. It's nothing but it's talking about preventive and reactive actions. Sometimes it's preventive when we go back to the customer and says that, yes, we need to do that. And sometimes it's a reactive when the customer comes and says that, yes, you need to do that. But whatever you are doing for a customer, the customer needs to participate in that and provide their consent and the budget to perform that particular activities. So there are two types of activities which is considered under value stream. The first one is a value stream, value adding activities. And second one is non-value adding activities, which is calling as a waste. But without non-value adding activities, we are not be able to perform our value adding activities. The value adding activities is nothing but is your, you can say that tangible deliverable. And non-value adding activities is a non-tangible, intangible deliverable, which the person can't see. But without them, we cannot achieve the motto as well. Can you give me any example of non-value adding activities which a customer can't see directly, but without them, you cannot perform your job? Any example?
Like internet service.
Correct. Absolutely correct. That is a non-value adding activity. Internet service. Correct. Your security staff, your desktop cleaners, your facilitating staff, your managers, your pre-sales people. Those are not directly involved in the value adding activities, but they have huge contribution in your value adding activities. Without them, you will not be able to achieve it. Your project managers, they are not a part of your value stream activities directly, but indirectly, without them, you cannot do that. They are not directly adding a value, but without them, you cannot achieve the objective as well. Got it, guys? Any doubt?
Got it.
Do I need to explain what is automation? Or everybody knows about an automation? Automation is nothing but adoption of emerging technologies and way of work to gain efficiency or enhance user experience. Anything which you can automate to gain enhance user experience, reduce the human intervention is known as automation. What is a process? You have some inputs. There is set of activities which you need to do. And after that, once you perform those activities, there is an output that is known as process. A process is nothing but a set of interrelated activities that convert inputs to an outputs. Okay, Neerja, can you explain me the right-hand side picture? Or Amit or Deepak, can you explain me this picture, right-hand side picture? Anyone, please speak. Hello, guys.
Yes, sir.
Can anybody explain me this picture? Okay, don't explain me. This is not an explanation. This is just a picture to show you how complex our system when you talk about the value stream and processes. So what is the generic delivery model for the service and how does the service work? You have to explain it to the customer that this is our model of service. And these are the steps we took to perform that particular work which come under service. What are the value stream involved in delivering the agreed output of the services? How many automations we have? What are kind of a processes and procedures we are going to use as a value stream to generate the outputs faster? And that should be meaningful to the business as well. Who and what performs the required action? Who is our workforce? What are their skills and capabilities? And when they are going to do that, how they are going to do that, through the change request or how? Through the new service request, through the new business opportunity, we need to perform it. We need to explain it. So this is your pistol factors, guys, which generally stop our business, influence our business decisions, are known as pistol decisions. These all can be economical, social, technical, environmental, legal, and political factors. And it's not your part of exam. Remember, we have to apply all these 4 dimensions to get the work done. If any one dimension is missing, then we will not be able to achieve the motto of product and services, and we will not be able to generate the value for our customers. That's all for module 3. Okay, guys, please tell me when you want a lunch break. I need to start the lecture accordingly.
From now to 2 p.m.
From now to 2 p.m. Can we complete these 3 slides? It's a very small, then
Yeah, you can. Yes, please.
from the guiding principles, I can take it after lunch. Just
Please.
these small slides. What is service value chain system? The service value chain system is nothing but it's starting from an opportunity and demand. Demand is nothing but a preventive and reactive actions. Demand by the customer to reduce the likelihood of the 1000 incident of the servers. Opportunity, yes, we are going to reduce these 1000 incidents and provide a project plan to the customer. Now we are preparing a project plan. That project plan will be the first ingredients to your service value chain system, which needs to be run through some governance and practices. We have to follow the guiding principles of an ITIL, and there is always an opportunity to continuously improve what we are delivering today. There is always an improvement opportunity for future. And if you follow all these things, we are generating a what we are doing is that we are trying to generate a value for the customer and improve our organizational reputation or goodwill. So, how all components and activities of an organization work together as a system to enable a value co-creation? I explained to you in an example. Require an integration and coordination of activities, practices, teams, authorities, and responsibilities. Ensure that the organization continuously co-create values with all stakeholders through the use or management of product and services. So, inputs, opportunity, and demands. Output, value है. Components, guiding principles, governance, practices, and CSI. That's what is mentioned here. Please read it. Let me know if you have any questions. And SVS is handled through SVC, service value chain activities. This we are going to read it in detail. So points to remember. The value chain activity is a set of interconnected activities. If you have to remove the 1000 incident, you have to first analyze it, you have to plan it, you have to align the proper resources, you have to check for the RCS and the root fix, you have to come up with a business proposal, you have to define the cost case into it, you have to go to the customer, you have to take a consent from the customer. Once the customer give you the consent, then you have to open a change control for that. Then the change control should be approved by CAB and ECAB. And then your team will take the actions. Once the action performed, you will monitor it that the likelihood of that incident has been reduced or not. If it is reduced, you provide an output to the customer that yes, it is reduced. Now they're good to closure of that particular project. If it is not, then you do that some tuning in your coding, and then till the time you will get the fruitful result, you will do that activities and sign it by the customer in the agreed timeline, not as a whole life you are doing that within an agreed timeline. So that is your interconnected activities that an organization perform to order to achieve a valuable product and services. The ITL practices are set of organizational resources to accomplish a particular objective. Resources are people, process, document, information, assets, technology, supplier, contract, anything. Continuous improvement is a recurring organizational activities at all the levels to ensure that organization perform continuously meet stakeholders expectations. We will read the CSI, we will read all these processes, and we will read that value chain interconnected activities which we perform after the lunch. So guys, you can go for a lunch. We will meet at 2 o'clock. I will stop sharing. I will be online. I will be on mute. And I'm sharing my screen, guys. Are you able to see my screen, guys?
Yes.
Yes, visible.
Okay. So now we will talk about the guiding principles. So guys, guiding principle is nothing but how we have to do the work. Like what should be our key points so that we can achieve the value for the customer. So the first one is focus on value. So everybody, whomsoever is on your organization, whether it's a supplier, whether it's a vendor, whether it's a partner, whether it's a customer, whether it's a user, whether it's you, the focus of everyone should be towards generating the value from the product or from the services which we are offering. The second point is think and work holistically. The think and work holistically means whatever you are doing, do it religiously because for that you are hired for. Don't try to drag your work or drag your responsibility to others. So everybody needs to complete their job roles. Start where you are. Means don't reinvent the wheel if the wheel has been reinvented by somebody else. Check in your organization before going into the development. If the possible solution is available in your organization or not. If the partial solution is available, take the leverage of that particular solution and build up what as per your desired outcome. Or if the solution is available, then do optimize it as per your requirement. Keep it simple and practical. If the things can be achieved by the short wins, don't complicate the things just for the reason of showcasing that, yeah, you are very good developer. If it is a simple win, keep it simple and practical. Don't set the targets which is not achievable. Set up a small targets which is achievable. Optimize and automate. Whatever is possible to optimize, please optimize. Whatever is needed to be automated, let's automate it. Progress iteratively with feedback. This is nothing but agile methodology he's talking about. Because in the agile methodology, we set up a small releases. Once the release is done, we just give for the feedback. Then we accumulate that particular feedback in our next release, and we keep on progressing and keep on informing the customer that yes, we are working. Collaborate and promote visibility. Um, Basically, it's for the upper management and from the customer. If there is some issues, some information, some announcement, it should funnel down from top to bottom. And if there is any issues and complaints, which developer or any resource or user. So it should be funneled down from bottom to top. And everybody should speak the one language so that, and we should have a clear trust and transparencies between the employees. If we are not collaborating, we are not trusting each other, then we will not be able to achieve what we want to achieve. In your workplace, there are few people who always do the back bitching. On your face, they will say something, and on your back, they will say something. They go back to manager and complain for small things. And every day they are the part of your community as well. So your manager responsibility not to listen that rather than stop that person there immediately and said that whatever is your issues, let's sit together and talk. That what is a collaboration and promote visibility rather than enjoying the gossips, because gossips always lead to the confusions and misconception towards a person. So we have to avoid that. So let's see each and action item in detail. Any questions so far, guys?
Just wanted to know that these guiding principles are used when we have to implement any IT process, right?
No, it's for the service industry,
Okay.
not for the IT processes. It's for whole service industry.
Okay.
Guys, forgot that you guys need to fill the attendance sheet. Could you please go on to this form? I'm just copying this link and pasting in the chat. Go to this link and mark your attendance, guys. Please, I forgot that. I'm so sorry.
Sir, if it's a Google form, then I'm using my company's laptop, so Google form is not accessible. Can you drop this link on the WhatsApp?
What? WhatsApp. Oh, yeah, that's easy for me. Wait, that's also easy for me. Where you guys are, this one is your meeting, correct?
Yes.
I dropped it. पता नहीं क्या स्पेलिंग लिखे हैं मैंने, वो भी आप send it. Thank you, guys. So let's go with one by one. The first one is a focus on value. Just I mentioned that in my previous statement, everything in the organization, whomsoever is working directly or indirectly, they should focus on value. So to focus on value, first you need to identify that who is your service customer, because value is what? Is a perception of a customer or an end user. If you don't understand the need of the customer and you don't understand who is your customer exactly, who is going to use that particular service, how will you analyze the perception of them? So first thing is to understand and identify the service customer. How you can do that? Domain knowledge expert. That through the domain knowledge. That's why the people needs a domain expertise, so that you can understand how, like if you are in the banking domain, so to know that what is an in and out of the banking domain, so you know that how the user is going to use that particular services, so you can understand the perception towards the value what the user have. Map value to intended outcomes is change over the period of a time. Everything has a tendency of change, so do the people has. So people will change their needs, change their demands. Like if you go back to the 10 years, that hardly people know means want to use that, Android phones or Apple phones. Like not 10, let's go back to the 20 years back. The people never ever heard about these things. Slowly, people start using it. Now we need every new latest phone, latest technology. What? It's our taste is getting changed. The priorities are getting changed. So you always keep your skills up to date so that you can chase up to that particular demand or the difference between the current and future demands. Understand the customer experience or the user experience. One should analyze if the customer is giving a high rating, why he is giving a high rating. If he is giving a low rating, why he is giving a low rating. What we should do to make the low rating to the high rating, and how we can sustain with a high rating with other customers as well. Same as with the user experiences, high and low. The points to remember is know how consumers use each service, encourage a focus on value among all the staff, focus on value during operational as well as during improvement initiatives. Operation activities means your day-to-day operations, and improvement initiatives, the way we are handling the 1000 tickets. So even though it is a preventive or reactive, that known as improvement initiative. Include the focus on value in every step of improvement initiative. So the focus should not be deviated. Our last focus, even not on a improvement initiatives, even though you are working into a day-to-day operations, still your focus should be towards the value. If some issues came up, give the root fix, try to fix it first up the particular services, and try to do the root cause analysis and provide some sort of an automation or some sort of a permanent solution to the customer, so that that problem should never occur in future, or the likelihood of that problem should be reduced. So the focus on a value is very important. Any doubt on this particular point, guys? Taking silence as yes. Start where you are. As I told you earlier, do not reinvent the wheel. So whenever you're engaged in any sort of an operation or improvement initiatives, always look what is possibly available in your organization. If nothing is available, don't hesitate to start from scratch. If it is available, please start using it, optimize it, customize it as per your own requirement. And if partially you need to develop it, but at least you will get the start from where you need to start and start it. Any doubt, guys? So Decision on how to proceed should be based on accurate information obtained through direct observation supported by appropriate and effective measurement. 1000 incidents per day. What we did is that we fetched the report for 1 month to check the relevancies of how many CIs are generating those particular maximum incidents. So that is a data collection and data analysis. Measurement should be based to support the analysis of what has been observed rather than to replace it. Whatever we are doing it, the analysis, we should observe that what CIs are getting caused rather than ignoring the few CIs. No, we should consider each and everything. We should not replace it like it is a low priority. Okay, just replace it with, we will do it later on. No, consider it as well. Our reliance on data analysis and reporting can introduce bias and risk in decision making. Have you ever worked on SQL Server? Have you guys ever worked on SQL Server? Or any of the database management system? Then I will take that example. If not, then I will take
Yes.
another example. Okay, the majority people doesn't work on that. So, there is a hardening process for the virtual machines or for the operating system. So hardening gives you the 1,000 lines of code, which you need to implement to secure your server. But we always customize it as per our own need. We don't follow it blindly to secure our servers because it can contain some of the things which is not required by us or as an organization. So what we pick is that and customize it as per our need so that we can take a maximum leverage of that particular hardening guidelines and we can reduce the likelihood of a risk. The act of measuring can affect the results. How you are observing the data, how you are calculating the data or presenting the data to the customer for the decision making, that obviously it affects the results. Okay, who is going to explain me this? When a measure becomes a target, it ceases to be a good measure. What is the meaning of this particular line? When a measure becomes a target, it ceases to be a good measure. मैं इसका हिंदी में बता देता हूँ आपको. When measure becomes a target, it is not a good measure. We don't consider it as a good measure. Why? Why we are
Because it has
saying
some limits.
it should have a limit? Limit of what? Nirja, limit of what?
To a target that we might there when we measure the limit of the target, there can be more to that, but we are limited to that, this is the target that we are going to achieve, just to
Are
achieve
you
that.
sitting in front of a cooler or some fan or some exhaust fan? There are lots of background noise.
Normal fan that is working.
Ah,
Am I audible now? Is it
yes,
fine?
yes, yes, yes. It's
Okay.
very much, yeah.
Okay. No, I was saying that, I mean, it's measured. I mean, we have set a target, and suppose if we achieve that, we are limiting just to that particular target. There can be consideration to achieve more.
Okay. Anybody else? Anyone? No one? When a measure becomes a target, it ceases to be a good measure. See, whatever you are doing, in short, you have to set the time limit to do that thing. If there is no limit and you just like, I hope in your organization there are few people who are considered to be as a mad person, because if they start working, they don't even care of whether it's a day or night. They're just working. And at the end, whatever they try to produce the results, sometimes they get success, sometimes they get failure. But it's utter wastage of their personal time, the office resources, and the information what they are using. So if we are not setting the time limits with that particular measure, then over a period of a time, that measure will not be a good measure, because then it will becomes a, when the हिंदी में उसको जिद कहते हैं कि मुझे ये चाहिए ही चाहिए. If I need it, I need it. So it should not be like this. If it is not achievable, leave it for some time. Move to the another measure, and then come back if you left with the time, or you will ask from the management that it is partially completed. Partially, I will complete it in the next cycle, because right now, if you have to focus on that, I will possibly leave the rest of the good measures. Understood, guys? Understood, guys?
Yes, yes.
Thank you. Mayur, what is no? On which statement you said no? Mayur, you said no.
SQL regarding. SQL and database regarding.
SQL and database, in fact, okay. That though I already left it. Okay. Points to remember related to this particular guidelines is look at what exists as actively as possible. I told you already. To determine if successful practices or services can be replicated or expanded, means don't if partially can be used, use it. If you want to expand it, but at least you will get the start. Apply your risk management skills in the decision making process. That is very obvious. If you are taking a decisions, the risk you have to consider whether objectively or practically it is possible or not. Recognize that sometimes nothing from the current state can be reused, so don't hesitate to start from scratch. Progress iteratively with feedback. It's again, and I told you it's a completely talk about that agile methodology, because in agile it is always a time bound event. We have to complete that particular piece of a code in the particular time period. We need to deploy it, start collecting the feedbacks for the next iterative cycle, and for the next iterative cycles it's again come with a downtime or some time bounded fix where we need to implement that. Remember that if you are not able to complete your cycle in first time bound, you cannot move to the next cycle. You have to buy some time from the next cycle and then you have to complete it. Okay. Organize work into some smaller and manageable sections. Try to do the development in the sequential manner or simultaneously, means phase A and phase B can start work together. Documentation work and architectural work products can come together. Manageable and managed code should produce the tangible results. It should come with a time bounded activity and can be built on to create a future improvements as well. Like it is not like always that you work for the current infra. Sometimes you build some sort of an initiatives which you can use for the future as well. So how does the feedback loop works? A feedback loop works, the company submit the feedback and then they receive the feedback from the customers. Then company review the feedbacks. If the feedback is positive or a negative, on the basis of that, company respond to the feedback. If you're not responding or taking an action on the good or bad feedbacks, then you're not following the feedback cycle. So every feedbacks count, even it is a good or even it is a bad. We need to do analysis. We need to perform and actions on good and bad feedbacks. Points to remember. I'm sorry. Comprehend the whole, but do something. Don't just discuss. Do something. The ecosystem is consistently changing, so feedback is essential. Fast doesn't mean incomplete. But I told you, if you're not able to complete in the first cycle within a time limit, you have to buy the time from the second cycle. If second cycle is not willing to give you the time limit, what should you do? then the second cycle will be cancelled. We need to go back to the project plan and we have to check our buffers, whether our buffer is allowing extra time or not. If our buffer is not allowing the extra time, it means our planning is not accurate. We need to go back to the customer and ask for the extra time. Clear, guys? Any doubts so far? The next one is your collaboration and promote visibility. So I told you this is related to the transparencies and understanding. So when initiatives involve the right people in the correct roles, effort benefits from better buy-in, more relevance, and increased likelihood of long-term success. What does the right people means here? Can anybody? What do you mean by right people in the correct roles? Roles we know. What do you mean by right people? Why not just people?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
See, it says when initiatives involves the right people in the correct role. What do you mean by right people here?
Right people means the person who is eligible to fulfill the requirement of that role.
So that is the correct role.
Skilled people.
No. Skilled people, yes, you can say that, but the right people means the person who is ready to take the ownership. If you are working and you're not taking the ownership of your work, it means you are just working for the work, for the sake of doing that particular thing. Because you always think that if I will not complete, kya hoga? Manager will take care of it. Then the next shift will take care of it. Why should I be bothered? You're not the right people then. You're not a right resource for that particular project because you are just delegating the work from one to another. The right people means you have to be attentive and you have to take the ownership of the work, whatever you are getting. That's why they are asking for the right people in the correct role. The people who take the ownerships, the people who are ready to take the pain, the people who are ready to take the decisions at the right time, they should be put into the correct roles so that their efforts and the benefits we can take a leverage from the long-term success. People and perspective for success collaboration can be found in all stakeholders group. Without transparencies, there may be an impression that work is not a priority. Improvement work may take a lower priority over other than task. See, these two words, insufficient visibility. What if we don't promote the visibility? What if your project manager never ever tell you that what is the customer feedback? What will happen then? Then you will not be able to understand why your project is not getting success because the information is not funneling down from project manager to you. So the layman, that a person who is actually working on that project should have a right to know the each and every information which is supposed to, which is he's supposed to get it. Not every information, like sometimes there is a budget issue, sometimes there is a some issues which is not which is only for the management point of view, not for that developer point of view. So whatever is a developer point of view questions or information, it he should receive it. If he will not receive it, then he may think whatever he is doing is correct. But actually, the customer is not pleased with his work. So, if we pass this information to the resources that customer is not pleased with your work, you need to make these changes, and then this will be good. Then obviously the resource will do that and follow that and provide you that more satisfied product. Insufficient visibility of work leads to poor decision making. It is important to understand the workflow, identify bottleneck and accepts capacity, and we have to uncover the waste. Points to remember: collaboration doesn't mean consent. If I'm collaborating with you, that doesn't mean I always give my concern to you. You cannot take advantage of me. Communicate in a way the audience can hear. Some people in a meeting, they communicate in their native language, which is wrong. Whenever you are in an official meeting, whenever you are in an official premises, you always speak a common language is known as English, because everybody are supposed to understand that. Never ever use your native language in the office premises or in the meeting rooms or boardrooms, because the people who are not able to understand your native language, they may offend by this, that maybe you are doing some sort of a back bitching or you are humiliating them. Decision can only be made towards a wise visible data. This statement is partially correct. Sometimes we need to take a decisions not only on the basis of the data, but sometimes we need to take the decision on our skill set of our experiences as well, that how we can convert this particular thing lead into a success. Any doubts, guys? Okay. Think and work holistically. This is nothing but a combination of all the four dimensions. And you have to understand the full service value chain activity so that you can work and think as per whatever is required you to do that. You have to recognize the complexity of the system. Collaboration is the key to working and holistically. Automation can facilitate working holistically. So all the four dimension points come under this. Think and work holistically. People and processes, organization and people, information and technology, value stream and the processes. And what is the fourth one? Partners and suppliers. Keep it simple and practical. Outcome-based thinking should be used to produce practical solutions which deliver valuable outcomes while using the minimum number of steps needed. I told you, keep it very simple. Don't complicate for the sake of showing your expertise for that particular level. If the things can be achievable with the simple steps, do it. Don't hesitate it. Establish a holistic view of organizational work. Start with an uncomplicated approach, and if you want, you can keep on adding the difficulties on the later stage. Do not try to produce a solution for every exception. If it is not right now, if you are not able to resolve that problem, put it into a risk register and move to the next problem. That risk register means why we are putting into a risk register. We are saying, we are confronting that right now this problem is we are not able to resolve it, but in future we are going to work on it. Be mindful of completing the objectives rather than just talking. Simplicity is the ultimate sophistication. Respect the time of the people involved. Simplicity is the best route to achieving the quick wins. Any questions, guys? You guys are not asking me anything. Either you are understanding everything or either you are not understanding anything. Please speak, guys.
We are understanding.
Understood.
Okay, thank you. So this means I'm a very good teacher. Should I
Yes,
consider should I consider it? I'm so sorry. So you
Yes,
guys
you
are
can.
not, as you
Yes, we can
cannot
consider that.
appraising me, so I need to appraise myself. So lighter note
Yes,
dented.
you are a good teacher. You can consider that.
Thank you. So now we are reached up to our last guiding principle is an optimization and automate. So optimization and automation. What is an optimization and what is an optimization? Can anybody tell me what is an optimization?
Modifying something as per your requirement.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. It's good. Optimize as per your own needs. Not your needs, your current needs. Rather, I should say. Understand. So for how you can start it, always use the understand and agree to the context for the optimization. With whom you need to agree? With the customer.
How packing
Or
at Amazon actually works.
I didn't understood. What is that? Who is that basically? First I need to ask who is that? चलो कोई बात नहीं. Second is assess the current state to understand whether it can be improved. The 1000 incident data which we have fetched, we need to see what we can improve in that, whether we can improve it or not. If it is not improved, we cannot improve it, then left it. If we can improve it, which degree we can go ahead and improve it. Then focus on simplification and value when agreeing to the future state. What is the simplest thing which we can do it first? Which we can showcase to the customer that yes, see, quick wins we have done. Now we are going to a complicated approach. So if you are agree with these quick wins, can we move ahead to the comprehensive approach? Ensure the optimization has the appropriate level of stakeholders engagement and commitment. Whomsoever is working in your project should be committed, ready to take the ownership of their actions. Execute the improvement in an iterative way using metrics and other feedbacks to check progress. Stay on track and adjust as needed. Continually monitor to identify opportunity to improve work methods. If you are working, wherever you are working, there is always an opportunity of to optimize. We saw and we just keep our mouth shut because we think that if we open our mouth, the other people may think that we are talking silly, but sometimes these silly things make a difference. So don't hesitate to talk on these silly things. Speak it up. Maybe your silly thing can make a huge difference. I know I was in HCL. So in HCL, we have always used the paper cups for drinking water. So one day, one lady has just raised a question, why we are using a paper cups? Why cannot the employees get the plastic bottles or a bottles from their homes to drink the water? Because for every cup, it's cost. And it's an environmental factor as well. It's a very small thing. But HCL able to save huge money on paper cups. Trust me, guys. It's a very big cost saver for an organization. So some small ideas can make a huge difference. So don't think that it's a small idea. Every idea is an idea. Whether it is fit on the current situation or not, it depends upon the situation to situation. But never ever hesitate to speak. Okay? Got it? बोलोगे तो हो नहीं. चलो.
Uh-huh.
What is an automation?
Application of technologies.
How to remove humans from the market is an automation. Trust me. Correct?
Mm.
Doing a step without a human intervention is an automation. Whatever is we are doing where human intervention is not required or human intervention is minimal, with the predefined steps, we know what will be the input and what will be the output and what are the process and steps they need to follow is known as automation.
Automation.
Simplify or optimize before automating. Define your metrics, your KPIs, your testing plans, your feedback loops should be defined well in advance. Use the other guiding principle when applying this one because this one is dependent on other ones. So you have to be religious while doing this. Okay, that ends of your guiding principle. Any questions so far so that I can take it? I will go further. Otherwise, I will stop here. I hope everybody put their attendance.
Yes.
Thank you, except me. I even forgot to do that.
Yes.
Okay. Now we have another topic. We are almost completed our the major topics. This is our last major topic. And after that, the topics are very simplified. So, guys, in service value chain activities, this topic is quite big, which will be covered in detail in your intermediate and expert level. In the value chain, service value chain, whatever you are going to read, you have to focus only on the definition part, not on the theoretical part. The theoretical, some theoretical factors is explained in this slides. So we will not focus on that. Only the definitions are important to understand for the foundation level. So kindly focus only on the definitions. So if you need to start a work, how will you start a work? Like if you have to resolve this 1000 tickets data. So how you guys are going to do that? What will be the steps? Anyone? What the first thing you will do?
Checking the issue, what issue has come.
Okay, you
What
identify. Okay, how will you
identifying
identify
right,
the
right.
issue? Before identifying, what you will do? Checking the issue is quite late. But what the first thing you will do? First, you need to plan.
Okay.
Correct? First, you need to plan. Okay, from tomorrow onwards, I'm going to collect the data. So you're planning. Correct? Then you need to
Okay.
engage. You have to engage the team. That one person, okay, person A, it's your responsibility to collect the data by the end of today. I need this. Then you need to design and transition means you need to start analyzing it. And you need to design the strategy, how you are going to reduce that thing. So you have to design your plan, design your strategy, and you need to communicate to the customer to get the approval on that. Once customer will give you the approval, then you will start working on the solution, means you start obtaining and build the solution. Once the solution is built and implemented, then you need to start monitoring it and you need to support that particular solution for your future release. And last but not the least, you will check what improvement you can or how much optimization is required in your current solution so that CSI cycle can be followed, means continuous improvement cycle can be followed. Clear? So these are the 6 value chain activities. First is plan, then engage, then design and transition, obtain and build, deliver and support, and then improve. So the service value system will give you the opportunity and demand, and it is sent it to the SVC. SVC follow these activities like first it's plan, then engage, then improve, design, obtain, deliver. What they are doing? They are doing to produce a product and services. By using those product and services, the customer can generate a value for themselves. Okay? हाँ ना कुछ तो बोल दो मेरे प्यारों कुछ तो something.
Yes, sir.
We are going to read that definitions very soon. Don't worry. अरे बाप रे कहाँ चला गया मैं? Okay. So all incoming and outgoing interaction with parties external to the service provider are performed via engage value chain activities. All new resources are obtained through the obtain and build activities. Planning at all level is planned through plan activity. Just read it. I've already said that. This all I have already explained it. So kindly read it and let me know if I can proceed further. Guys, can I move ahead?
Yes.
Okay. So this is your plan activity. So the purpose of the plan value chain activity is to ensure a shared understanding of the vision, current status, improvement direction for all 4 dimensions and all product and services across the organization. Guys, ये definition आपको इसी तरीके से you should be mug up. Because the question will say is that some some definition he will change. It will change like direction for dash and dash across the organization. So you have to fill whether it's a 4 dimension, whether it's a guiding principles, whether it's a SPS, SVC. So it will give you the 4 or 5 options related to that. So only the definition you have to be focus on it. Okay. The purpose of this. The gist of that plan activity you already understood. Okay. So can we move ahead with the plan to the next activity?
Okay. Good.
I'm so sorry. I was supposed to give you the first test during your lunch, but somehow I forgot that. No worries. Once we complete that lecture, it will be free. You guys will be free by 4 o'clock. Then we will do one test for 1 hour. Let's complete it and then we will check the results and do that. So one test we will definitely do it today. Okay. Can we move ahead, guys?
Okay. Yeah.
The purpose of engage value chain activity is to provide a good understanding of stakeholders' need, continual engagement with all stakeholders, transparencies, and good relationship with all the stakeholders. Have you ever involved into any of the kickoff meetings? Even the project was not signed, but we meet for the kickoff or pre-sales meeting. Have you ever guys got a chance to be the part of that particular meeting?
Operation kickoff meeting, I was there once.
Okay, so in the kickoff meeting, we always present a one deck, which shows that how we are going to do that. But to present that deck, we involve all the possible stakeholders who will get affected and who will continue with their work. Like from customer side, it will be the VPs, the end users, all the technical people will be there. From that vendor side, it should be the project manager, the pre-sales person, and some delivery lead who will attend that particular call. So they set up the good relationship with all the stakeholders during that meetings. And most of the people are trying to do the kickoff meeting face to face. Why? So that they can understand the emotions and they can make a good rapport when you meet the person face to face rather than virtually. Virtually, you will not get the full rapport with that particular person. So create the rapport with a good relationship. You always emphasize to go for face to face. The purpose of the design and transition value chain activity is to ensure that product and services continuously meet the stakeholder expectation for quality, cost, and time to market. The purpose of the obtain and build value chain activity is to ensure that services components are available when and where they are needed and meet agreed specifications. The purpose of the deliver and support value chain activity is to ensure that services are delivered and supported according to the agreed specification and stakeholder. Yeah, वो तो गया. क्या है ये? Improve. The purpose of the improve value chain activity is to ensure continuous improvement of product and services and practices across all value chain activities and the 4 dimension of service management. Guys, you are going to read all your practices and you have to analyze on the basis of these 6 parameters in my coming slides. So don't worry about it. You will get the deep knowledge of all these, how they are related in your incident, problem, change, stakeholders, all these service requests, service desk. You are going to read that. the bit deep knowledge, how they are associated, these SVC with all these service components, so that you can generate a value.
Which one you are able to write and left point
No,
what has been mentioned.
I didn't understand. I'm so sorry. Could you
If
please
we
repeat?
if we go to the I mean if we can, hello, am I audible? If we can
Yes.
go to the last slide. And before also, I have seen that the left and right there are two big tabs. Tables are there where you have mentioned many points. So what are these? I mean, I understand that it supports the deliver and support and improve and other things. But
I
these
just understood one thing is deliver and support. What's your question?
new and child sales services. What are these?
You're talking about this.
Can you explain?
You're talking about this portion. Nija, your question is not clear. Could you please repeat yourself, please?
Yeah, I was saying that these two tables that is there, I mean, on the right and the left side.
Mhm.
So
These
these
are the
are
basic. No, you need not to get a knowledge of it. This is for your intermediate. Basically, it's your
okay.
inputs, and this will be your documents which you are going to produce after processing this through deliver and support. These will be your documentation outputs.
Oh, okay.
For foundation purpose, you just need this, the highlighted portion.
Okay.
And I can show you one sample how we are going to do that. See, if it is an incident management, then the plan is nothing. So how we are going to do that? How they are implemented in SVC activity, how they are associated. So we are going to read that. So just wait for a minute.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, can I was on that particular screen. Guys, everybody is clear with the previous screen so that I can take up this screen. So in order to carry out a certain task or respond to a particular situation, organization creates service value streams. Service value streams are specific combination of activities and practices, and each one is designed for a particular scenarios. As each value stream is made up of a different combination of value chain activities and practices inputs. What does that means? I need a one DevOps pipeline for auto generation of a virtual machines. I need one set up a up and down time of the particular servers. I need one for doing the FinOps work. I need one who can calculate and send me the dashboards of my entire cloud. So what we are doing, we are creating a different streams which can be carried forward by the different activities to generate a possible outputs. Okay, understood? So guys, whatever we are going to read, the next slide is your not a syllabus, but I think you should know that. So that's why I involved this particular slide into it. That is known as PDCA cycle, continuous improvement. It is everywhere. We are talking about improvement, and improvement, but we are not discussing it in detail. Because this continuous improvement is already covered in ITIL V3. It is not a part of the V4. V4, we just know that there is some improvement initiatives and cycles. So that's why I involved from the V3 to V4 to make you guys understand this PDCA cycle. The plan. So whatever initiative you want to do, it first you need to do the planning. Then you need to do the analysis, implementation, presentation, transitioning, and then you need to check over the period of a time whether it's giving you the results or not. If it is giving you the result, what next improvement initiatives we can follow, or what all we can optimize further. If it is not, then what's going wrong in the planning? Again, we have to start planning what's going wrong, why we what step we need to do to rectify the current problem, how we can back to the track. Again, the PDCA cycle. How to do that? First, for any continuous improvement cycle, the first step is what is the vision. So we should align our performance initiative with the business vision, mission, goal, and objectives. Where are we now? That you can check through your performance baselines or the KPI matrix. Where do we want to be? There you work through your measurable targets. How do we get there? You have to define the improvement plans. What action you can take, whatever plan you are defining, against that, what action you can possibly suggest or practically possible, you have to mention that and you have to start executing it. Did we get there? So whatever performance baseline and measurable targets we have defined in our where are we now and where we want to be, that you have to check in, did we get there? You have to evaluate your metrics and the KPIs to check whether we have achieved that or not. If we have achieved, then how do we keep the momentum going on? If we have not achieved, then again, what's went wrong? Again, we have to reach up to the cycle where from where we can, like if we didn't achieve it, so we have to go back to the take action, one step back. If we achieved it, then we have to go again with the first step, what is the vision. Otherwise we have to check the take the action, or how do we get there. If take action has to do nothing, then we have to go back to how do we get there. If this is not nothing, then here, then here, then here.
Sir,
If not working, then one step ahead back. Sorry.
hello. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
I have one question.
Mhm.
This continual improvement basically implemented by the not by the IT team. It is implemented by any other team who looks after that
No,
all the
it's
conditions.
you. No, it's you.
Okay, so we have to implement the continual improvement plan.
You need not to implement it. You need not to follow that where we are, how do we get there. Like I have given you the incident examples.
Hmm.
So nobody is following that. So what you
Okay.
have to do, you have to just extract the report, you have to analyze it, and you have to mark what servers we can fix so that we can eliminate the tickets. So what you have done, you done with the what is the vision, where are we now, how do we want to there. Just you
Mm-hmm.
need to take an approval from the customer and you have to define, you start working on the code. Or side by side, you can start preparing the code, like you
Okay.
are analyzing and preparing the code, and you can present it to the customer. See, I have already done that. Or sometimes what we do, we just implement it. If it is not affecting the production environment, we execute the code. Like let us suppose that there is a one window service is always get down at a particular time for all the 500 servers.
Mm-hmm.
If we take that automation, one automation script which we execute or macro in all the servers, that
Mm-hmm.
if the service goes down, it will macro
Mm-hmm.
will automatically make it up.
Okay. Okay.
So we did the CSI, correct?
Yes.
We did the CSI, but sometimes we need not to see. This is for the broader perspective. Like,
Okay.
like you're on a on-prem, you want to go to the cloud.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a broader perspective. Then we follow all these steps.
Okay.
But for the smaller initiatives, yes, sometimes you do it and you never know about it. Have you ever
Okay.
cooked the food?
No.
Okay. Planning for a movie, planning for a trip, buying a new car. That too, you have always done it, correct? Or a bike.
Yes.
So what
Yes.
you
Yes.
do? Start from a very small car and then reach up to the bigger car. How?
Yeah. By planning and continuous improvement.
Yes. अरे घर से तो we started that we will buy see I will have to buy this car, this model. Once we reach up to the showroom, and another
Mm-hmm.
showroom and another showroom, our choices will get changed. And at the end, we reach up to the decision which is best for us for that time period and come under budget. Correct?
Mm-hmm. Correct. Correct.
So you're doing the continuous improvement. Correct?
Got it. Got it. Yes.
Thank you. Anybody else who has a problem in difficulty in understanding? Okay, I will take it. Yes. So, guys, take a 10 minutes break because it's our last topic, management practice, and then we will start. We will start at 3 5, 3 or 5. Take a 5 minutes break, guys. 3
Okay.
5 or
Thank you.
3:10. Jaldi jaldi, speed up. 3 5, 3:10. So let's take it 3:10.
Okay,
Okay,
sir. Thank
guys.
you.
3 5.
She mentioned in that chat that she is not be able to join the call. She need to step outside. She will hear the recording later on. Okay, no problem. So, guys, let's start. It's our last topic, and then if you guys want to consider a test, then we will proceed it. Otherwise, I will share the test with you guys. You guys can take it and let me know in case you want any clarifications. So this is our last module, the practices. So all your ITIL V3 service operations has now been converted into a 3 practices. The 3 practices is general practice, service practice, and technical management practice. Your general management practices generally cover your continuous improvement, information security management, relationship management, supplier management, architectural management, knowledge management, measure and reporting, portfolio management, organizational change management, project management, risk management, service, financial management, strategy management, workforce, and talent management. So these are your general management practices. So wherever you have, you can see the double star means you should know the uh, relationship with service value chain activities. Wherever is a single star, it means you should aware about the definition of that particular practices. So continuous improvement, we have already know that we just covered that in our previous lecture. What is our continuous improvement does means to. So the purpose of the continuous improvement practice is to align the organizational practices and services with changing business needs through the ongoing identification and improvement of services and service component practices involved in the efficient and effective management of product and services, encouraging continuous improvement across the organization, secure time and budget, identify and logging improvement, assess and prioritizing. I will just read it and then explain it. Making business case for improvement, planning and implementing improvement, measuring and evaluating improvement, coordinating improvement activities across the organization. So in the case of 1000 incident, which we have like from the morning, we are just focusing on first one example. So the in 1000 incident, first we need to secure a time and budget. Why? Because if we need a root fix of those particular servers or the CIs, that initiative requires some time and the cost as well, because every resource which are going to be involved in that particular project, it's it's a billable resource and somebody needs to pay the cost for their hours which he is going to or she going to spend in the performance initiative activities. Second, we need to, like we have identified that we are going to root fix it. So we need to log it somewhere, whether it's an Excel sheet, whether it's a change management process, whatever is your organizational norms or standards to log these kind of an improvement initiatives, whether it's there can be a different portal for that, whether it's a sales opportunity. Use that portal as per your organizational standards and norms and log that activity. Then somebody in your organization who is the under the customer facing role basically prioritize it, whether it's a urgent, whether it's a non-urgent thing. Well, if it is on the basis of priority, it will access and it will take it further. Then it will convert it into a business case. Then what is an opportunity, what is a timeline, high level, time and budget, what is in scope, what is out scope, what is our FRs, non-FRs. FR means functional requirement, non-FRs means non-functional requirement. What will be our deliverables? What will be our timelines? What will be our cost and budget? What kind of resources we are going to deploy? That is come under the business case. Then the planning, once the business case got approved by the customer, then the planning and implementation part will start. And once it's implemented, then we start measuring it through the defined metrics and KPIs. And then these practice should be followed across the organization. Any doubts so far, guys? So every improvement is registered into a CIR register. It's not CID, it's CIR. A continuous improvement register is a database or a structured document to track and manage improvement ideas for identification through to final action. I told you it's as per your organization where you want to log it. In my organization, there is a different portal. I worked for one customer. They are using the Excel sheet for that. So it depends what you are using. But whatever you are using, it should be consistent in your organization. It doesn't like that one team is using a portal, another team is using a Excel sheet for that. No, it should not be like that. Read it, guys, and let me know if you have any doubts. How the CSI is contributing SVC components. Please read it. Done, guys? Can I move ahead?
Yes, done.
The next one is an information security management. The purpose of the information security management practice is to protect the information needed by the organization to conduct its business. How you can do that? You can do through authentication, authorization, non-repetition, privacy. This all are the part of the confidential integrity and availability. And remember that NDA you sign with your customer is come under information security management. And you should not share your credentials with anyone. Again, this you should not left your laptops unattended. This you should have a strong passwords, information security management. Relationship management. The purpose of the relationship management practice is to establish and nurture the links between the organization, its stakeholders, and at strategical and tactical levels. How to do that? You have to first identify who is your potential organization or the persons to whom you want to take association. Then you have to analyze that relationship, do the relationship, then you need to monitor that relationship, and during that relationship, what all you can improve that you should use for the continuous improvement. Generally, when you do the alliances with these big shots, like Google do the alliances within different organization. So first he identified what your organization can deliver to the Google, because Google is going to get the market share for you. People identify the Google, they give the business to the Google, and then Google will give you the business to your organization. So do you have the capabilities, do you have that particular skill set in your organization to carry forward that particular work or not? If you are not able to do that, then the Google will give the work to someone other. Maybe your team is not capable enough to do that particular thing, but your expertise in different level, which is currently is not in the Google, maybe in Azure. So you take the work from Azure, Microsoft right now. So that's why nowadays people are doing lots of alliances with the different organization, and these big shots will get into the market, take the work, and further distribute it to their alliances to get the work done. Actually, they are not producing the outputs. They identify the people or an organization who can do it for them. So actually, they are doing the cost saving. So it is known as relationship management. Example. Supplier management. So the supplier management is more towards a commoditize the things. I'm emphasizing again and again. So kindly remember that it's related only to your commoditizing of things. The purpose of the supplier management practice is to ensure the organization supplier and their performance are managed appropriately to support the provision of seamless quality product and services and components. This can include creating more collaborative relationship with key supplier to uncover and realize new value and reduce risk of failure. Any doubts, guys? Because that ends your general management practice.
No, sir.
We are now moving to the service management practice. So this is having a lots of practice with the double star and the single star. Change control, incident management, problem management, service desk management, service level management, service request management, IT asset management, monitoring and event management, release management, service configuration management, service continuity management, availability management, business analysis, capacity and performance, service catalog, service design, service validation and testing. So let's go by one by one. What is change control? Anybody? What is change control? Arey, you guys have never used the change control. Change control is a formal method to log what we are going to do with the production or non-production environment. Generally, change control is to tell everybody whomsoever is concerned or associated with that particular initiative, or those who are getting impacted through that particular initiative, they should be well informed and provide their consent that yes, we can go ahead and perform that particular activities. Let us suppose you want to do some patching on one server. So to patch the server, you have to make the server down for at least 2 hours. So to get the downtime, you have to create a one change request where you have to call all the parties who are associated with that particular server, who's their application, or maybe they are using it, maybe they are the owners of that particular server. So they have to provide their consent in the CAB meeting. CAB meeting is nothing but a CAB advisory board meeting, which is conducted internally. And then you go back to the customer by using an e-CAB, which is nothing but a um, advisory external cab meeting, change advisory board meeting, external change advisory board meeting known as ECAP with a customer, where you have to present your change, and all the customer relevant stakeholders will provide their concern that yes, you can go ahead or not. If they says no, you cannot go ahead. If they says yes, you have to follow the schedule. And every successful change control enhance the organizational capabilities. And if you are not able to complete the change control, what does that mean, stick, Mayur? Mayur, what does that tick means?
Yes, change control. Uh,
Yes, change control.
Hello.
Mayur, yeah, Mayur, we can hear you. What do you want to say?
नो सर, मैं ऐसे टिक कर रहा था तो गलती से हो गया चेंज कंट्रोल पे ऊपर.
Okay, कोई बात नहीं. Thank you. No problem. Okay, every change record. Okay, there are three types of different change. There is a standard change, there is a normal change, and there is an emergency change. The standard change are those where where the downtime is not required, and it's generally fulfilled through the service request. The normal change is those changes where the impact on the services will be minimal, but the downtime is required, so they should be present in the cab and ECAP. Standard changes are not been presented in either of them, NACAP nor on ECAP, because it's a pre-approved changes. And emergency change is nothing but it's a particular change. Generally, we open in the case of P1 or a P2, where we get the consent over the email that whether we are able to execute the change or not. And once the problem has been root fixed, then we open the change control within 24 hours of the incident. So that is known as normal emergency change control. So let's go through the slides and try to understand more. Please read it and let me know if you have any issues. How to remove this. I've already explained this, guys, so I'm not reading it the line by line. Please read it and let me know if you need any help on that. Okay. Can I move, guys?
Yes.
Okay. I've already explained this to you as well. Standard, normal, and emergency type of changes. Kindly read this. So have you guys done with this? Can I move ahead?
Yes.
Next one is your incident management. So what is an incident? Any unplanned interruption to your regular services is known as incident. So every incident is should be logged and should be managed via a formal tool. It should have some formal processes of associated with an SLA and SLOs. It should have the target time of resolution, and every resolution should be documented well with the steps and should be communicated to the person who is actually raising that particular incident, so that he or she will be well informed that how your incident is getting treated in our organization. Another, incident is always come with a priority and severity. As I told you, it's a P1, P2, P3, P4. P4 is the least one, P1 is the highest one. You can change the priority of the incident if you think that the user has selected the wrong priority. So you can change it after the getting a consent from the end user who has actually used it. What is a swarming? Swarming is, see, first two I have already explained, so I'm not explaining that two again. What is a swarming in the incident management? The techniques that involves many different stakeholders working together initially until it becomes clear which of them is best placed to continue and which can move on to other task. You may receive an incident, let us say that the performance, the CPU utilization is very high of a server, where you have an application as well. So once you check the CPU utilization, the APIs which is associated with an application is consuming lots of CPUs. So what you do in general case, you just transfer the ticket to application team. And application teams, this API is taking a lot of time just because of some window process. They will again forward the ticket to you. So you will just ping pong the tickets from one team to another team. So swarming says, keep it with yourself. Whomsoever is getting assigned with that ticket, that team needs to own that particular ticket.
फोटो कॉपी को वो फोटो पेपर किसने लगाए हुए थे इसमें? फोटो पेपर, हाँ, 3 फोटो पेपर लगाए थे, पता नहीं किसने, वो बंदा आया, तुमने हो सकता लगाया वो अपने प्रिंट आउट के लिए खड़े थे वो।
Deepak, can you go on mute, please?
जस्ट सेकंड।
Okay, so whomsoever will get assigned with that particular ticket needs to coordinate with other teams and find the correct owner of that particular ticket. And then he needs to forward that ticket by documenting it inside the ticket logs, stating that why they are transferring it to. Otherwise, the ticket will be ping pong from one queue to another queue. Incident can be escalated or transferred through service desk. You can use that self-help as well. You can also log a ticket. You can use a service desk to log a ticket for you. There will be a support team who can log for a ticket for you. There is a suppliers or partners, temporary cross-functional teams, or the disaster recovery. So anything can be caused the direct incident logging. So what is an incident escalation? It can be escalated to a support team for resolution. The routine is typically based on the incident categories. Anyone working on incident should provide quality time updates. Incident management requires a high level of collaboration within and between teams. If multiple teams are involved to resolve that particular incident, so the coordination between the different teams is very much required, and every team should provide an updates with a clear logs in English that what they are doing and how they are doing. The steps needs to be what needs to be performed and what are the decisions that all needs to be documented while in the ticket or incident log. Let us suppose the user has raised a ticket priority 3 for the disk space issue, but our team is not able to take it on time. So over a period of a time, that incident may become a P2 as well. Depends, like 15% is space is a P3. If it is 5%, it's P2. If it is 3%, then it's P1. So this is also an escalation of the tickets. And let us suppose the response time of an incident is 30 minutes and your team is not responding or acknowledging that particular ticket within a 30 minutes, then also the escalation process can be handled or can be followed, whichever is defined as per the SLA metric. Please read it, guys. It is not change control, it is incident management control. Done, guys. Can we move ahead?
Yes.
The next one is a problem management. To reduce the likelihood of the similar kind of an incident is known as problem management. You have to log the problem management under the problem record, and it should find the root cause and try to resolve it from the root. But to work on a problem management, the first thing is that first you need to identify the similar kind of incident. Second is you have to provide some sort of a workarounds. And if for the single incident, we are getting a multiple, like for single issues, if you are getting a multiple incidents, then you have to publish advisory that it is a known error so that the ticket should stop generating for that particular incident or particular issue. So this practice strive to find structure flaws, vulnerabilities, or error in services. This may exist even in 4 dimension of service management. The relationship of the problem and the incident management is shared nothing but a cause and effect. So what is the problem? Potential cause of one or more incident, known error, analyzed but not yet resolved. What is workaround? It's nothing but a jugaad, temporary solution which can eliminate the impact of an incident or reduce the impact of an incident for the time being until we will able to provide the root cause fix. So first we need to do the problem identification. We have to note it down, that problem identification under problem control record. And if it is an error as well, so mention into an error as well. So problem management generally interacts with an incident management, risk management, change management, knowledge management, continuous improvement management. Every problem whatever you are logging, it should go via change control, whether it's a standard change, normal change, emergency change. We are not referring over that what kind of a change, but it should progress through a change control. Every RCA, root cause analysis document, is a part of your knowledge management, and that is a first key towards your continuous improvement as well. Guys can read that, please. Here, as per ITIL, the problem management cannot be planned, but uh, in the practical scenarios, it is not there, because it always talk about the reactive one. Problem management can be do through proactive way as well. So in ITIL, in the real time scenarios, the planning is required for the problem management contribution. It's not just it always reactive. Sometimes it's proactive as well. Please read that and let me know once you're done. Can I move ahead, guys? The next one is your service desk. Service desk, nowadays, you will hardly find this service desk, because most of the organization eliminating the need of the service desk. But the service desk are the first people who will get connected with your end users, and they are the first one who generally talk to them and interact with them. What the service desk actually do, they work on issues, requests, and queries. They are the single point of contact. First they acknowledge what the customer is saying. They classify it, whether it's issue, request, and queries. First they will own it, and then they will do act on it. Then whether they need to transfer it, if it is a query, if they can resolve it by themselves, they will resolve it. If it is an issue or a request, they identify the correct team, assign it to the correct team, and that is a part of your service desk. So it's a major influence on user experience, how the service provider is perceived by users. Because if your service desk is good, so they directly contact, they can understand the pain of the users. So they can console them by stating that our team is working, it's on a high priority. Yes, our team is working on that. If they have a predefined solution, like if you call on Airtel and some this mobile device provider, so they give you the set of steps, you can execute it and run it. They understand the problem and they try to provide you the solution there itself. If the problem is not getting resolved, then they involve the technician into it. So they are the one who can actually understand, practically understanding of the wider organization, the empathic link between the service provider and users. The service desk can focus on excellent customer experience when personal contact is needed. Support and development teams need to work in close collaboration with the service desk, because they are the one who needs to. Service desk is the team who basically assign the incident or the service request to them basis on the categorization. So there are two types of service desk as per ITIL, is a centralized service desk and a virtual service desk. When you have a single location for the team is known as centralized one. when you have a disposed location across the geography is known as virtual service desk. Very simple definition, no need to focus on much. Please read that, guys. Can I move ahead, guys? Service level management. Remember, this is a formal document which we signed between the vendor and the service organization. It is having a clear understanding of your business targets, because all the penalty clause or the service level agreements against that, what is a SLA for P1, P2, P3, P4, what will be the SLOs, that how they are going to work, and what is an escalation matrix. Everything is a part of this service level management document to set a clear business-based target for service performance, so that the delivery of services can be properly assessed, monitored, and managed against these targets. And there is a provision as well that nobody can achieve 100% of service SLA targets. So it's always in the contract whether they are going to achieve 98% or a 95%. So they clearly mentioned that the 95% of an SLA should be achieved, and 98% or 95, like depends upon your organization to organization how you are dealing with it. Involves the definition, documentation, and active management of service levels. Service level management provides the end-to-end visibility to the organization services. Pragmatic focus need to on whole service, not simply its parts. Service level agreement is documented agreement between a service provider and a customer that identifies services required and the expected level of services. Like P1, response time 15 minutes, resolution time 1 hour. P2, response time 30 minutes, resolution time 4 hours. P3, response time 1 hour, resolution time 8 hours. P4, 1 day, resolution time 2 days. Defined. SLA is a tool to measure the performance of services from the customer point of view. Key requirement for successful SLAs is related to the defined services, should relate to defined outcomes, not just operational metrics, should reflect an agreement between the service provider and the consumer, must be simply written and easy to understand for all the parties. It's interact with relationship, business management, supplier management, business analysis, and skills and competencies. And it can be engaged through initial listening. You have to discover an information, whatever information you are listening, you have to capture that in a formal document. You have to measure that throughout your discussion and throughout your operation services. You have to ask very simple-ended questions when it's related to an SLA to your consumer. How you deal with the SLAs through the surveys, through the matrices, and whatever the measure you want to and whatever measure you have set to analyze that particular services and agreed with the customer, so that you have to follow. Please read that as well. Can I move ahead, guys?
Yes.
Thank you. The next one is your service request. Service request, anything which doesn't require a downtime, anything which has a predefined step to resolve it. Like, I need an access on XYZ. It's a service request. I need a new server, service request. I need to check the performance of this particular server, service request. I need a new database to be created in this service request. Where the downtime is not required at all is known as service request. Why Syed Shah? Who is Syed Shah? Just give me a minute, please. Hi, Syed. Hi, Syed. Syed, am I audible?
Hi, yeah.
Syed, you are here for which class?
This is for AWS.
No, it is an ITIL. You logged into a wrong class.
Okay.
Thank you. This practice is depend upon well-designed processes and procedures. Service request models could be used for different type of service request. For addition of new service request to the service catalog, existing workflow models should be leveraged whenever possible. Every like to create a one service request model or a predefined sets, as per ITIL, there should be minimum 3 successful changes. You have to create a 3 normal change request to get it done. I think. Sayed, you again logged into the wrong window. Please contact Kunal for that, or your trainer, please. Sayed, you have to go back and check to Kunal. You're logged into again ITL training.
I don't have a contact of Kunal.
The Kunal told you to join this particular meeting link?
No.
Because it's an ITL training, what you will do here?
Yeah, but I'm clicking on the same link which I have joined before. I don't know why.
Okay, who is your consult?
My coordinator is Garima.
Check with Garima.
Okay, sure.
Because the thing is that you are just because maybe there is some another AWS link, you guys may miss something there.
Understood.
Not an AWS, it's an ITL one, please.
Understood.
Shrikant, the same is for you as well. I think you have wrongly joined this call. It's not for AWS, it's for ITL. Shrikant, you joined for which class?
For AWS?
It's wrong window, man. It's an ITL class. Please
okay.
check with Garima if
Okay, sure.
and check the links, please.
Yeah,
Thank you. Okay. So I have already told you it's a pre-authorized one, and it's a predefined steps as well, and the standard change is required to run any sort of service request, guys. Oh, okay. I was saying that 3 normal successful changes can become a one service request standard change. And there are predefined standard changes we have. And for every activities, different activities, we have different standard changes. We have to pick that standard changes template on the basis of our need. So please read the SVC as well. And then we are done with our this service management practices. Only the definition will be left. We are going to read that. God, one more. Wait, one more. Rashmi and Yamini. Rashmi,
Yes.
this is not an AWS class. It's an ITIL one. You have to contact your coordinator to be in the correct class. Yamini, it's an ITIL class, not an AWS class.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
You have to contact your coordinator for the correct link. No, it's not a
Oh, okay.
sorry. There is some confusion in the morning. Oh, we are apologizing on our part. I'm so sorry for the
Okay,
confusion.
so fine, no worries. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's move to the IT asset management. So the IT asset management, basically wherever you are maintaining your CI's details, like the server details, is known as asset management. It can includes your laptops, the personal laptops, the personal workstations, the monitors, the mouse, everything, the cables, the chargers, the network components. It's come under IT asset management. Basically, this particular team is responsible to maintain the full life cycle of your asset, to check and so that you can get the maximized cost, better assets. Like that's why that every 5 years they will change to your latest latest laptops with an upgraded hardware and the softwares, so that you can the risk will be minimized and you will get the faster laptops and you can do your work the way you want to do it. So please read it. That what is an IT asset management. Let's move to the next one, guys. Monitoring and event management. This is directly related to your Windows event. Oh God, one more. Just give me a minute. Let me tell her that she's also into our own. Hi, Sakshi. Hi, Sakshi. Sakshi, could you unmute yourself, please? Guys, meanwhile, you just read it. I will explain it. Sakshi, could you unmute yourself, please? Not very sure. Oh. Sakshi and Ashok, this is an ITIL class, not AWS class. You have to contact your coordinator to get the correct link. There is some confusion in the morning, apologizing on Neo Skills part. Please contact
Okay, no
regarding
problem.
your coordinator to get the correct link, please. Thank you.
Okay.
Sakshi, it's for you as well. Okay. Okay, so where we were, I have to read it. So, Mera pura flow, they have broken it. The purpose of the monitoring and event management practice is to systematically observe a service or service component and record and report selected changes of state identified as event. If you remember, there is a monitoring system. The monitoring system of an workloads or an asset, or it's related to the database. Whatever monitoring system you are using in your organization, it should formally monitor and trigger the events and convert it into an incident. And every like it's an agreement with the users, with the customer, that whether they want to convert the warnings, information, critical error, or end error, what they want to convert it into an incident, and up to the what level, what kind of an priority and severity they want to give it to. So it's already been predefined and set it into an SLA document, which need to be followed here. Okay, just rest is same. The next one is your release management. The purpose of the release management practice is to make new and change services and features available for use, whether it's from the waterfall model, whether you want to use the agile model, whatever. The last one is your service configuration management. I think this is your last one, because before going into the technical, oh God. Guys, read it. Meanwhile, I will say bye-bye to new person. Hi, Milan. Milan, this is not an AWS class. Please contact your coordinator for the correct link, please. Thank you. Service configuration management. This is nothing but an CI. How do you manage your CI? I told you that CI should be managed through your CMDBs, and CMDB is a database of configuration management, and CMDB is the system which we follow to manage the configuration item. So this is nothing but to follow these two in order to maintain and deliver the IT services. The purpose of this practice is to ensure that accurate and reliable information about the configuration of services and the CIs that support them is available when and where it is needed. Where it is needed in CMDB, which system we use to log that? CMS, Configuration Management System. So that's all your general service management practice. Now, the last practice is deployment management under technical management practice. And that is our last management practice, which we are going to cover for today. And then we are done. Guys, any doubts so far? Because this is our entirely last topic.
No, continue.
Okay. Deployment management. The purpose of this practice is to track the changes, whether it's in a hardware, whether it's in a software, whether it's in a document, whether it's in a process, whether it's in a policies, whether it's a procedures, or any component, whether it's a network or whether it's a server, that what we are changing. It also be involved in deploying components to other environment for testing and staging, work closely with release management and change control management. How you're going to do that? It's a phased deployment. Phase 1, we will deploy this. Phase 2, we will deploy this. Phase 3, we will deploy this. Continuous delivery, tested, deploy with feedbacks, again testing, deploy, feedback. Big bang, we are not following any in the modern era. It's a waterfall model approach basically. Full deployment, whenever you have like security patches and critical updates by the Microsoft, they push from our side. Uh, it's our wish whether we want to pull that, reinstall that particular update or not. That is a pull deployment. In the GitHub, we deploy the latest, change the pipelines and the codes, and it depends upon the customer whether they want to take work on that particular facility or not. Then it's create a pull request. Then through the pull request from the GitHub, we just pull the content, deploy it, run it, and present it to the customer with the defined features. So that is a pull deployment. That's all, guys, for your ITIL V4. It's time for assessment. I'm not giving you the paper. I'm just opening it here itself so that you guys can do it. Let's do it together. Okay. Just allow me 1 minute. I'm stopping the recording here because I don't think so the recording is required for the paper purpose. So I'm stopping the recording.